Steam right over there. And we can get started. We can get started. Shall we? Timothée Chalamet. I'm putting that right over there. So we really have a lot of stuff to do. Okay? We really have a lot of stuff to do. So I'm trying to fix the interactive contract right now. And we have a bunch of problems. So we decided, Wallen had a very good idea to finish the signing of the contract. I put a button yesterday, but to finish the signing of the contract, we are actually going to use the knife. It makes so much sense. It makes so much sense. So it's going at the right spot, okay? We have the knife over there, and so then what we can do is, if knife, we can grab the interactable and connect the interacted signals to connect on knife interacted. Okay, I would love for Godot to recognize when you are creating a callable right there, and you're writing a callable. I would love for Godot to see that this is a callable. It's telling me, right? Identifier on knife interacted not declared in the current scope. I would love to be able to do, I don't know which shortcut, but it would create the interactable for me. Thank you, Godot. I would love that. So let's create it over there. We don't have the on button anymore. Okay, so we do that. If it's okay, we can sign blah, blah, blah. So let's see if it works, because I think there's something wrong about the interactable. So let's try to figure it out. Of course, the animations and everything will be reworked. Don't worry. This is okay. So right now, if I click, yeah, it doesn't show that it's interactable. So there's something off. There is something off. Also, we need to do something else. Where is it? I think it's inside the game that I put it. Navigation. Globals. On navigation or on-screen navigation. Navigation. UI. Let's say UI. Self. And we are going to be able to hide that because it's kind of a pain right now. Right? Navigation UI. Do we have navigation or it doesn't exist? I think it doesn't. So let's go with control. It has mouse navigation. Sorry then. Let's go to globals and let's do mouse navigation. Okay. So when we are in here and when we start sorry, not in the low res, but in here. Navigation UI, hide. So, in globals, of course. Perfect. And we change size and we can show again. So that is going to be one thing that is very cool. The other problem I have is I set the contract to be interactable. In here, I toggle the signing enabled to be true. And when we do that, there's a bunch of stuff that doesn't work. Right? I'm stupid. No, I'm not stupid. So why am I doing it over here? Sorry, give me a second. Why am I doing it over here? Contract start sign, and I do set interactable over there. We are not going to do that. Set interactable is going to be done directly. Yeah. Can we vote on that? Whether you are stupid? Yeah, sure. Yeah, sure. Of course. Of course. Where is it? Community. Manage your poll. Add. Okay. Okay. Am I stupid? Yes. No. Yes again. Let's go. But please send money. If you say that I'm stupid, then use that. Use that to say that I'm stupid. Please cast your vote by doing a donation. Knife set interactable. We are not going to do it in here. We are going to do it in the contract, okay? So when we are here, we do knife set interactable, and the knife has that. Oh my god, this is such a mess in here. Contract. Knife. Set interactable is setting the mouse interact to be true or not. Okay. So when we are ready for stop the sign, we can put false. Votes are private, right? Too late. Too late, Cybergang. I know now. I know now. Okay. That is correct, right? Do we like the fact that we are not stopping the signing on our own? I think it doesn't make sense. I would say to keep logic easy to understand, we make the behavior as local as possible. It makes more sense that way. I don't know if you agree. So when we arrive in here, we don't have to tell the contract to stop signing, right? Why would we wait for that? Why we would wait for that? The moment you have selected it and we know it's gone, you don't stop signing. You stop signing on your own. It's totally fine. Okay, so now we have a problem, and the problem is when we set the knife to be interactable, there's something that doesn't work. So let's figure out what. What do we have? In here, if mouse interact, we connect the signals. But in here, if we set it again, we are going to do that. Interact hover, false. So it looks like it's not doing anything, basically. Enable? Is there anyone calling this? No. And it feels like it's not reacting. Another solution I have, another solution I have is the knife. I make it mouse interactable from the beginning, right? I make it mouse interactable from the beginning. Yeah, okay, it works. I make it mouse interactable from the beginning, and then in here we don't touch it, just to see. In here it won't work, because I'm binding true instead of just calling. See if that is the problem. Let's see. So it seems to be the problem. That when we do it later on, it doesn't work. Interesting. Seal the contract. And if we click, contract not signed. I'll try to do the localization at the same time. Message contract or just contract not signed. That way we remember what we have to do. I'll put that over here and let's go here. So that should be okay. Maybe this could actually illuminate, right? Make the knife illuminate when ready. Seal the contract. Contract message contract finalize. Finalize. Shrink. And then it's here and it goes back to here. Okay. It is awful the way everything moves and everything, but don't worry. I'm going to fix it. We try to have the workflow right there. The problem is that I don't want to have that, right? So now, what happens if mouse interact is not set? I don't really understand why it doesn't work. Like, it doesn't look like it's doing a whole lot more. Ooh, it's doing input ray pickable. Ooh, I completely missed that. So this is it. This is it. I just know. Okay, cool. It's gonna be fixed then. It's gonna be fixed. Better knife and contract animation. So remove the on-screen knife when we this is correct. In here we're doing that. We're setting the thing, seal the contract, perfect. So we do our signing. We are ready for that. Seal the contract. Shrink, you don't hear the sound. That's it. And it goes back. Nice. Okay, it kind of looks awful. Confirm signing, clicking on the thing. Make the knife illuminate when ready. Make the knife illuminate when ready. We also have another problem. We need to... we need to... have some sort of idle wobble on the knife to make it more interesting, right? I think you would agree. The knife kind of has to wobble like that. I'm wondering if I'm not going to turn that into a component that we can reuse. That way I don't have to do tweens. I can just create the right... put the right node and it automatically makes things move. That would be really useful. So better contract animation, okay. Make the update text. Let's do that. Let's update the text. That way it's kind of done. Why do I have two of them? So message contract signing, contract not signed. Contract not signed, we can say... you need to sign the contract first. Okay. Also, I would like... we need to have a pen. We need to have a pen cursor when signing. But for that, we need to have a cursor manager. It is fucking annoying because every time we create something, we need to make things complex. But yeah, hello Jacksuit. Hello Jacksuit. Message contract signing. Update messages and update sign. I think I'm gonna turn the knife into its own scene so that we can do a bunch of things on it. Yeah. Message contract signing and message contract finalize. Good. We just need to finalize. We just need to seal the contract for real now. You might feel a little how are you? I'm doing good. I'm doing good. I have a lot of stuff to implement for O.B.O.L. Lexispell is selling. It's not selling like crazy, but it's selling. It's selling. I can see more players. I can see more net revenue. I'm near net revenue. I'm near 2K. No, I don't think so. Oh, it actually bumped. It actually bumped quite a lot. Let's go 2 weeks. Ah, okay. So we are nearing 2K. It's not enough for me to make a living, but it's better. It's much better than what Hyperslice was doing recently. So yeah, good. We take every win that we can. Right? We take every win that we can. We were doing the messages, right? You might feel a little, how do I say? You might feel a little pinch, not a pinch. What would be a word for that? A little tingle? No. Lang localization? Yes and no. I'm just writing the text because we are missing text for some of the elements. And at the same time, usually I write it in French also because, well, it's kind of easy to do that. I see. You might feel a little... Oh shit, I don't know how to do that. We'll rework it. Okay, you might feel a little tingle. But don't worry. Okay? Something like that. A little scratch. Yeah? Okay, a little scratch. But don't worry. First, we'll rework that with Woland. We are still not 100% sure on the writing, but it's fine. For the first message, it's going to say, before we start, I need you to sign that a little. I need you to sign the little paper. It's just your usual liability. It's just your usual how do you call that? Not corporate, but in this case legal. Your usual legal stuff. Nothing crazy. Okay? The idea is just to have something right now. I think when the messages are done, he's going to say something. Right? So contract done, he's going to say like good. Now we can start. I don't know if the tone is really that, or if it's darker. I think it's gonna be darker. Like, he's not happy, he's not exclamation point, you know, he's more like, good, now we can start. So we want message done at the end. I'm grabbing this, so when it's finished, I want message contract done. Message contract done. Okay. And we are spawning that just before starting the game. So we are not... Oh my god. Awaiting... having tween awaits is going to be amazing. But we can do await... tween... finished. And then we can do that. And then we can start game. Pen cursor when signing. We need a cursor animation. A cursor manager. That is a pain. Cursor manager. Boop boop boop. Cursor manager. Manager to swap cursors without having to define the offset and everything every time. That way we can have a normal hand pointing hand. We can have pen, and we can have magnifying glasses. I think that would be nice. What do you think about the zoom in functionality that we have? I have added that, and we were wondering with O.B.O.L, and like, we kind of disagree on what is the most logical interaction. I'm going to show you. Before we start, I need you to sign a little paper. It's just your usual legal stuff, nothing crazy. Okay? So I will modify that. Maybe we'll do it together. Seal the contract. Good. We just need to seal the contract for real now. It might feel a little scratch, but don't worry. This is shit. We need to change that. Squinch! It comes back. Okay. Good. Now we can start. And then we have the game that starts. Much better. And then that is correct. Okay. It's getting there. It is getting there. Interactive contract assign. Update text. So this is related to @cursor manager. Looks good. Thank you. So of course I need to rework the animation. I need to do the wobble. I need to make the knife a bit more interesting. I'm gonna try to focus on implementing those things first, so we can not those things, but implementing the various the flow of the game, the flow of the different things, so we can test, and I'll adjust the different things later, because otherwise I can spend the entire stream just working on the knife. So we need to concentrate, okay? We need to concentrate. Let's go into the contract, and maybe we modify that a little bit, because I think we decided my cat wants some food, so I think I have to do that first. Why is your audio... Why is the desktop audio so low for you? What the fuck? Wow, this is nuts. It controls the output for you too. Okay, give me a second. This is incredibly stupid. It controls the output that you hear too. Oh my god. I need to fix that at some point. Okay, give me a sec. So for those of you that are not aware, the way it works is I created a sync that has dual output for my speakers and output to the HDMI stuff. And I capture the HDMI in OBS because for some reason capturing my normal output was actually causing problems for the audio. So with that set up, you have clean audio and I also hear. The problem that I realized is that one, the maximum output depends on what was the output of the original audio before I switched to the dual output. And I also realized that if I change the dual output, it changes it for you. Casse-toi, chat. And so that's painful and I don't know what to do about it. Okay. So what we want, I'm gonna lock that. I'm gonna lock that. We have a bunch of information in here. I think we want to simplify that, right? First of all, because we can't really read. That's the first thing. We can't really read. This font size is started, but I don't think you can do that. It doesn't work, right? Scotland? I don't know. I don't know, you know. Okay. Then I want to remove that. Why 18S? I'm trying to read the pact. You don't have to. It's bullshit. So center is closed here, left is closed where? That's why it's buggy. Because it's never closed. Maybe. Okay. We need some gibberish and everything. I don't really know. I'm not in the mood for world building right now. I'm in the mood of technical stuff. So I'm just going to leave out some space and put the thing that I want. Also, you could just scribble anything, it would work fine, basically. Yes. Yes. I don't understand why it's like that. I don't understand why this is outside of the why this is so big. I don't understand it. It's supposed to be at the top. Maybe I remove everything. Maybe I remove everything for now. Why is it so big in here? The space. Is it because of that? It counts as a space basically because it's this. Okay. Makes sense. I really hate the way we edit text and BB text in Godot 4. It really feels like we are in 1990. Like, come on, a second thing without any way to visualize and everything. Like, it feels like the old days. Maybe the font size is the same as the space. It counts the lines basically. So if I do that, it actually counts as a new line. So that's why. Left. What do you mean left? It's left by default, right? Left doesn't exist, I think. How do we do bullet points? How do UL? LE? I don't remember. Rich text label Godot. BB code. I want bullet, not bulletin board. Indent. UL. It's really one of the worst markup language. I really hate the way it is, especially because there's no autocomplete and everything. So in here we need to have some bullet, some stupid thing. Buckshot. Let me take some inspiration from Buckshot. Buckshot roulette contract. I want to see general release of liability. Can it be ordered? Adds an ordered bullet list. OL. BRB. OL. One. Stuff. I think we want something. Gibberish text generator, please. Give me some gibberish text generator. Not like that. I don't want gibberish like that. Okay. Font size, maybe in here I want bigger. I hate the fact that I'm trying to save all the time. Okay, it creates an enormous difference. Stuff. Okay, then it needs to be written in 13 again. And NT/font size. It's really not fun to use this, I feel like. Right? Okay, it's still too big. Ah, the font size was here, in fact. I didn't realize. Font size 10. I didn't realize it was here. Hello. Can we do this? Okay, it's still too big. It's still too big. Okay, good. Good. How are you doing? I'm doing pretty good, I would say. Then we're going to use a panel. Why is this for the supplicant so fucking big, by the way? Maybe we need to change that. What do you think? Something like that. Sign area. Or sign rectangle. Sign rect. I'll put it... I don't want to do anything about it. Ignore. Do I put the drawing area everywhere? I think so. It's fine that we can draw everywhere, right? We don't have to draw in the area. I think it's fair and it's fair. So the sign rect, I want a new style box flat. I think I'm gonna make it mostly... Maybe entirely non-visible. I'm just going to have borders. Border width, a good 4 maybe, because it needs to show in the thing. Okay, it looks kind of ugly. Blend, absolutely not. Do we use the same color as this? Maybe. Let's put that into the swatch. I kept the fucking S in here. Good! Let's see how it looks. That is cool. That is cool. So, we have two issues, and so I think I'm gonna define that instead of using a rich text label. I'm really... Tu te calmes. My cat is fucking crazy. The two cats are like going crazy. In it. In it. Yeah. He doesn't see where the other is. How are you doing? I'm doing good. I think I'm gonna do something, which is move all of those into separate categories. Because we can't really hover otherwise. So you can do that. You can also do that, which is fun. And then you seal the contract. Okay, now we can start. Okay, good. there's a bunch of stuff missing, but it's getting there. One thing I don't like is that tween callback, not tween callback, tween interval. We need a little bit more time when it's going back to here. But okay. So, what I just did, I think we can remove it. I have an idea. I'm gonna move that on the side and I'm gonna copy it over again. Cutie, yeah, she's so cute. She's really cute. New cell +2, let's go. Wishlist up, let's go. Do I do that right now? Yeah, I think I do. Okay, let's do it properly. Let's do it properly, shall we? Timothée Chalamet. Do you think I can change the font size in here? Why is it not changing the font size? So that would be title. Why is it not changing the font size? Am I getting... Is it trying to... What the fuck? And you don't even need center if you do that. Oh, because I'm changing the font size of the B. I'm stupid, sorry. Okay. I'm gonna do this instead. So why am I going to do this? Very simple. You're going to understand. Basically, it's gonna allow me to specify... it's gonna allow me to show exactly what is what to the people. To the people reading the thing. We don't need the font size because I can say 10. It's not very clear, right? When you read it in 3D, it's difficult to read. So what I'm going to do is... This is also in bold? No, this is in italic. Italic 10. What I'm going to be able to do is people are going to be able to hover the mouse and see exactly what we are talking about. They will be able to read. Does it make sense? It's fine, we can actually show it like that. The subtitle would be here. I don't even... This doesn't need to move. Ah, maybe in French it would need to move, so we need to be careful about not using any containers or anything. We'll think about that later. Okay? Bullet points. So it's 18, right? Oh, it's annoying. I don't like that. It's painful. And in the middle, we're going to have the gibberish. So this is the sign below. And then in here, it's going to be gibberish. Don't you fucking worry. I know exactly what I'm doing. So this is 13. Why is it doing that? Because it should be doing this. Yes. Okay. And now, why am I doing this, you may ask? Very, 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 very simple. Are you ready? Are you ready? It's gonna be crazy. I'm shaking. I know. I know it's gonna be crazy. What we do in the ready function, we go through all of them. So for C, which are controls in get children, right? If C is not rich text label, we simply return. We return. No, absolutely not. We continue. If it is, we do mouse entered. We connect to onText hover, and we bind. And we bind C. And we do the same thing for unhover and for mouse exited. Okay? Are you ready? Because this is not it. This is not the end. This is not the end of everything, okay? We still have more things to do. Quiz new. Let me see how I'm doing it over here. Perfect. Are you really ready? Are you fucking ready? Are you fucking ready? When it is here, we do that. When it is here, we do this. And we emit the rich text label text. That is it, basically. That is it. We basically allow you to read the fucking text. But automatically, if it wants to work. It doesn't want to work. Beautiful. Because mouse entered doesn't exist. Maybe it does. Mouse entered. It exists. So what is happening? Ah, sorry. All of them are basically... all of them are basically what? They are basically... mouse ignore. They can be stop, and I think the drawing part can be pass. That way it allows us to do both. It allows us to see the thing and draw. It doesn't. It doesn't. What is the problem then? What is the problem in your opinion? The problem is the following, right? The game is getting the drawing part is getting the signal and it's not passing it. And why is it not passing it? I don't know. We can go into miscellaneous and we can see what is eating the thing. Contract drawing. Yeah, it's the drawing. So the drawing is receiving it. So what do we do then? On mouse entered. What do we do then? It's being consumed by us? Why is it not propagating? Filter, propagate, pass. The control will receive mouse movement input event and mouse input events if clicked on through GUI input. The control will also receive the mouse entered and mouse exited signals. If the control does not handle the event will propagate up to its parent control if it has one. The event is bubbled up in the node hierarchy until it reaches a non-canvas item with a mouse filter stop. On a canvas item, with canvas item top level enabled, this will... So what then? Because I have a simple solution. Is it because it's giving it to its parent? Do you think that's the problem? Do you think it's because of the parent? The sign rectangle, by the way, is ignoring. That's fine. Right? We can actually... How do I make sure that both of them can receive it? I feel like this one is trying to propagate to the parent, but the parents are not able to receive it because it's going to be directly the contract and not those ones, right? And if I put the drawing below, then it doesn't work. The drawing doesn't work then because the others are getting the input. Binding oath. Oh, this is painful. The pact of employee violation. Blah, blah. That works well though. Apart from this. Sign below. But I can't do my signing in here though. And this is the only part where I can sign. I can start signing in here. And do that. Okay. I can do something. I can cheat in here. If rich label name, is it getting us the real name? I think so. Or we actually grab gibberish. We can grab gibberish. It's better to do that than to check the name. If it's gibberish, you can send that instead. And you send TR gibberish. We don't do dots in this one. I forgot. We don't do dots. We could do that. I think it's going to be okay for this specific thing. It's going to be okay. It's going to show us gibberish. Contract gibberish. In here it's showing the binding oath. Whatever, the pact of employee, well, yeah. Because it's moving, it's such a pain. We really need to change that. Why is the movement so fast? I don't know. Okay, the details, we'll do them later. I feel like this is good for now. I feel like this is good for now. Right. I only changed that. Contract, workflow. And I'll go through the modifications later. Update the messages. I think it's fine. Better knife and contact emission, pen cursor and everything. Okay. I'm gonna do something very simple for now. I'm gonna do... We have so many things. Don't show tutorial more than once would be really cool. Also, that way we are... But I might do more cool stuff. I might do some cool stuff in between the boring stuff. What do you think? So what was that? It was cool or it was boring? I think it was boringly cool. Having redacted stuff might be more fun. We'll see. Oh, you know what would be fun? Writing something in the contract with something that appears redacted, but in fact it's not redacted. It's just that the font cannot display it, and we don't have a fallback font that can display it. Ooh, that would be fun. It's an idea that I put on the side. Display something hidden in the contract. We need something for like the lore book. Write something with characters the font cannot display, so it appears black or unreadable, but it's actually spelling something. That is cool, I would say. Okay, I'm gonna do something very simple. Under tools, I'm gonna create... We have start game. In here, we are going to have export var, skip contract bool is equal to true. Bool is equal to false by default. Sorry. Start contract, and in here we don't skip the contract, and in start game we skip everything, I think. Okay. And so when I'm instancing, we can do skip contract is equal to skip contract. As simple as that. Export var skip contract bool is equal to false. And when it's spawning the game, switch to game. Instance skip contract is equal to skip contract. Now we just need to have that in here. Export var skip contract. Whoa! Bool is equal to false. Where are we? In the ready function, if skip intro. Okay, so now if I start the game like that, I don't sign the contracts. But if I start, I didn't add the thing. Tools, if I start contract and I go over there, it didn't work. Because skip contract should be off. Let's try again. Yes. Should we prevent so that is done. I'm going to do that. Should we prevent in the title screen? We should prevent the thing. So title screen 3D. Maybe I simply remove the script from here in this contract. That way it doesn't show. So that would be nice. So title screen 3D. Remove script on contract to avoid interaction. And in here we have ability to start game skipping contract. That is very cool. Boom, that is done. Interactive contract assigned. I need to add something else. Idle wobble the knife. Shake the knife on click, but contract not signed. And finally, I want to stop camera wobble. Right? How do we do that? Good question. Decay, breathing, breathe amplitude 0.01. We can do that. We can do that. Let's go. So when we start contract signing, we can remember var camera breathing. It's a float. Camera main. Breathing amplitude. And then immediately we set it to 0. And then we'll set it back to what it was. So camera breathing is equal to what is the thing that I just camera breathing? That works beautifully. It doesn't work at all. Doesn't work at all. Isn't that crazy? It doesn't do anything. Maybe it's because of the... No, it's... I don't have shake. Okay, I don't remember what it is, so... I guess we'll have to do that. We'll have to fix it. Okay, cool. I think I'm gonna do the cursor manager right now. It's not super fun, but it needs to be done. It needs to be done, right? Do I make it a 2D scene? I don't need to, right? I might need to be in the tree. But that doesn't matter. Auto load, I want to be... Huh? Oh, I didn't create a cursor manager. I thought I did. Okay, we can put that in global. Auto load. Cursor manager. I don't know. Okay, we can go into globals now. Okay, cursor manager. Oh, we have so much text. Export var cursor. Do I put a resource for that? Do I create a resource I think I will. I think I will. I might put a resource. Okay, let's define a resource then. How do we define a custom resource? I want to be a resource, and it's going to be a cursor resource. Class name cursor resource. Export var. It has a texture, which is texture 2D, I think. Unrecognized export, and then we have in here the offset as a vector 2. I think it's everything that we need. Do we need anything else? Maybe that's it. Then I can create a cursor resource, call that cursor default. The texture is the hand. Open. Ah, we also have hand closed. Interesting. Why? I don't know. But we do have it. Okay. Okay, sorry, I'm writing something at the same time. I thought about something. That will probably do much end sequence. This is heavy spoiler territory, by the way. If you don't want to see. Show thank you for playing show you completed the demo, or there is more to see. Not sentence about what the full game is and CTA. Wishlist plus home. If we win, we want wishlist plus home. Otherwise, we want wishlist plus retry, I guess. Restart. Yeah. I'll do the UI soonish. Maybe I'll do the UI today. Maybe not. Win. You're right. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Yogurt, and hello. I appreciate it. So this is 37 and 12, right? This is 37 and 12 in here. Then we have the cursor hover. We have the cursor hover, which is the pointing end. And it's the same thing. It's 37 and 12, which is not super convincing, I would say. I can define the other ones, and we just put nothing in them. I think that works well. So we can have a cursor resource, which is cursor pen. Right now it has nothing. And finally, we can have a cursor magnifying glass. Is there another way to say magnifying glass? It's one of the instances where French is actually much shorter than It's much shorter than English because we say loop. It's interesting. Folder, resources. I'm gonna put that over here just to clarify that a little bit. And so cursor default is going to be a cursor resource. Same thing for that. And it's not going to preload this. Qu'est-ce que tu veux, la nénette? Tu te calmes? My cat is making noise. She's really fun. She's really fun, but she's also really stupid. Cursor pen, and finally cursor magnifying glass. Pet has entered the chat room. The chat room. Cursor hover offset. Cursor default offset. Ah, okay. Very cool. Very cool. Am I right, fella? Fella! Let me see something. If we go into the quiz new, why am I changing the cursor in here? Why am I changing the cursor on item hovered? And why am I not just making them pointing hand? That works, right? Sorry, let me go into the contract. The drawing area. Pointing hand. Do we need to do this? I feel like we don't. Why am I doing this? She's playing with the thing that my girlfriend is using for her hair. How is it called? It's really fun how Cat can play with stuff that are inanimate. Like, she will move it, you know, and then she's like, okay. She looks at it, it doesn't move, it doesn't do anything, and then she starts jumping on it again. Roller tube for styling? No, just usually it's in some sort of elastic thing, and you put it on your hair to tie your hair. A hair tire, a hair. I don't know. I don't know how it's called. And in it, but this one is in plastic, so it's like. Oh, it doesn't work. Interesting, right? It only works. It doesn't work as a hover mechanic. Interestingly enough, Godot doesn't propagate that event for some reason. Yeah. Cursor manager. Set custom mouse cursor. Set mouse cursor. And we can say cursor manager cursors hover. And I'm gonna define that. And in here, it's going to be default, right? So we don't have that yet, but I'm going to do it. Set mouse cursor. Oh, shit, I had it already. I'm stupid. Okay, so this is going to be an enum. And we have default, hover, pen, and magnifying glass. We used to buy cat toys, he didn't care random shit. Yes, sir, exactly. Exactly. That's the thing with cats. You buy fancy things, and they go into the box, basically. My cat can entertain himself with zip ties. He loves them for some reason. Packages. Our cats are crazy with packages, especially the big one. Like you have a package and immediately she tries to go inside or to sit on it and whatnot. Doesn't matter what you buy, they don't fucking care. It's really fun. Is it set default cursor shape that we were doing? Set custom mouse cursor. Oh, we are doing it every time again like that. Is that what we want, though? Is that what I want to do? Set custom mouse cursor. Is that what I want to do? Because it doesn't change, so yeah. Otherwise, maybe it's simpler for me to just change the shape every time. Right? Default cursor shape. I can default it to something else. That's easier to do it that way. It's easier to do it that way, I guess. Also teaches you to baby-proof your place. Yeah. As that random thing will get dropped or licked or eaten. Totally. Totally. How many times? How many times we left something on the counter? Like, especially if it's inside a bag. Again, the biggest cats will just try to eat it. So, bread inside a bag or whatever. And then you will come back and you will see that she basically... You will see the teeth marks and you will see that it starts being eaten. It's fucking annoying. Set default shape. And in here we can do a set custom mouse cursor. That way we can do differently, right? Maybe we want both. And I pass the cursor, but I do the same for both. I guess the best thing we should do, in my opinion, is we set up all of our resources, we tie them to a certain mouse shape. Like vertical resize and everything. Things that we are not using. I think this is clever. Right? We'll see. Set default shape and set mouse cursor. So let's match the cursor. If it's cursors.default hover pen. You have a pen. You have an apple. Apple pen. This is arrow. The default one is arrow, right? In here, it's what? Pointing hand. And the other ones, we don't have it yet. The pen... I don't know. The help is definitely going to be this one. And the pen could be tied to I-beam. I-beam is the thing where you write text, right? So we could use I-beam, I think. So in here, we want cursor default. And we want to set to the default. It's going to be cursor arrow by default. Cursor type is never used in the function. Yeah. I kinda don't want to use it. I kinda don't want to use it, you might. Cursor hover. Cursor pen. Cursor hover. It's not super sexy what we're doing right now, but it's going to make our life a little bit easier, so that's kind of cool. Okay, set mouse cursor. This is what we are going to do whenever we need to do it now. Right, so in here we can do cursor manager, set mouse cursor, and we can do cursor manager cursors. And we want hover. And then when it's not, we want defaults. Good! And that way we don't have to do this anymore. Actually, give me a second, because I know there is somewhere else where we were doing that. I need to find all of the use cases. I don't think we do that anymore. Right? On hover stuff. Areas. We don't have areas anymore. Okay, it's old stuff. We don't care. Cursor manager. So the last place is here. Should be better. And we should have a little cursor manager. Let's go. Let's see if it works. Set mouse cursor. We can call it set mouse cursor. That is fair. We can call it that. It's better. It is better. Ah, I've put set custom mouse cursor now. Set mouse cursor we want. No. Set mouse cursor. Okay, finally it should be good now. I love saying that. Every time I say it should be good, then it's not good. Okay, it works. Blah, 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 blah. Slink! Sling-a-ding-a-ding-a-ding-a-ding. Okay. Camera breathing default with camera main. Breathe amplitude. Cursor manager. Woohoo! Okay. Okay. Let's do something cool. I don't know how I will trigger it to test it. I don't know how I will trigger it to test it though. But when we are losing, we play the fish ending. We do play the fish ending. The issue I have with this is, do I put a function to know? Do we do it at this point? Maybe I call a method track on the game. I insert the key. I insert the key. I need to have it over here in game. Func cut to black. Cut to black demo. And we'll call that. If globals is demo, so if it's not demo, you don't do anything. If it's demo, you call the wonderful transition. You ask it to show the transition, and the speed should be very high. Basically want to cut to black. Okay? So that's kind of cool. How do we know when we end the game? We are over. It's interesting the way I'm doing that. Export subgroup in here. Export subgroup. Dependencies. That's the first thing. Second thing, export var group. Keys required. Int 3. I'm exporting that. And I'm putting that over here. Keys required, and that way I just do keys required 1 so I can test. I start the game. Skipping everything. Great! I love 3D, but I also hate 3D. What is your take on 3D? I think it's shit. I see 1 Kraken slaughtered by 2 dead main. The goal is to lose, okay? So I'm gonna bet everything I can in here so I can lose. And I lost. And now what happens? Am I in demo right now? I think I forgot to be in demo. I forgot to be in demo. My bad. My bad on that. Right? Do we agree that transition is transition, the speed is how fast it goes? So if you go really, really high, it goes really, really high. Custom blend, float speed, yes. I need to put myself in demo then. Globals. Globals. Are you global? It's demo. True. Let's go. Let's see. How does it work? Subs 46 out of 30. Why is this thing on top of my head so shit? I don't have 46 subs. I don't have 46 subs. And also the camera is not doing the focus on my face. I am here, camera. I am here. I am right over here. You motherfucker. What do you think? What do you think, camera? It does the focus behind me when I'm not looking at the camera very often, right? Stupid. I see 2 Krakens and 1 dead man. Let's try to die. Oh shit. Okay. It's fine. I will lose here because we don't have that anymore. Yes. So now I'm dead. So what is happening? Okay. Perfect. Perfect. It's hard work. That's what I think. It's hard work. That's fair. That is fair. Cut to black demo. Cut to black on fish if demo. Okay. And I can put back the keys. Maybe I don't put back the keys so I can test the UI. No, I put them back for now. Is there anything else I can put? Export keys required. And what do we have in here? Keys required. Yeah, okay, it's just the override that is not there. We don't care about that for now. We don't care about that for now. What time is it? Okay. I think we're good. I think we're good. Hello, Seto. How are you doing? Amazing, got a cover and made 50k view in the night, waking up with plus 1/3 wishlist is amazing. Awesome. That's super cool, congrats. Did they enjoy? 50k views. Lovely. I don't know how to set up this sub. It's completely broken, I think. It's telling me that we have more subs, but yeah. That's pretty cool. Congrats. So this is done. We have a bunch of stuff to do. What do you think we should do? I can try to rework briefly the knife on double damage, right? I think that could be cool because it's really relatively simple in my case what I need to do. And then what I do is a new system a new interactable system to see objects. I think it's gonna be nice to have that. Oh! Oh! Oh, that's why I'm receiving more stuff. Oh my god, Rock Paper Shotgun actually made a thing about it. Rock Paper Shotgun. They actually made a... Oh! Let's go. They did. Looks cool, just grab the demo, thanks. Shit. Did you send follow-up emails on YouTubers a few days after the first one, or did you just leave them alone? I didn't do anything. It was already too much work to send emails in the first place. I didn't send follow-up emails. I knew I should, but yeah. Super cool that they actually published... I understand why I'm getting an uptick in sales then. I understand why I'm getting an uptick in sales. It seems to have enjoyed it. Yeah, got another one with 2k views too. I think I published the Steam demo Monday. Awesome. That is awesome. By the way, all Steam front page has been doomed. Did you see? No popular upcoming so indies. Yeah, I knew. The thing has been updated a while ago. It was just in beta. The custom calendar will do the work? No. No. The more it's hidden, the less it's going to be useful. Unless the custom calendar is like shown on the front page, then it's never going to be the same. I was not even following Rock Paper Shotgun, and on Twitter they were actually blocked. Custom calendar is on the front page, on top, just below the daily deals on your wish list. Okay, but it's only 2 spots on the front page. The competition will be hard, but it's custom, so maybe only competition is the same genre. Okay, yeah, I don't know. To be honest, that's why I posted. I made a small tweet before. I made a small tweet and saying that maybe people should stop sucking Steam. I hate the fact that every time you talk about Steam, everyone is like trying to defend them as if they were the good guys and everything. They're not the good guys, right? They made a lot of their money on gambling, introducing gambling on multiple games. They're basically doing nothing, and they still take 30%. So no, I'm not happy. It's not because it's the less it's not because it's the less shitty option that it's a good option, and I think people confuse the two. And also, people love being suckers. But yeah, they only care about money, and we know that. All of the systems on Steam are made so that the people that are making money are making more money. Their goal is not to be kind with small developers and stuff like that. So I'm not surprised that they would just go towards bigger games. We have to realize something. Every time we see an indie hit, or even every time we see a fellow indie developer making 40k with a game and we're being happy because it's a lot for us, it is peanuts for Steam, because Steam on a daily basis is selling games that are costing like $70 in the millions of units. So really, we don't matter. We really don't matter on the platform to them in terms of revenue. So fuck them. Exactly. Yeah, totally. We're full of less shitty options. Yeah, totally. It's always like that. So that's not cool. When we have the upgrade green cap, we need to do something. Okay. So spawn upgrade visual. We set the knife on fire. Knife set on fire. True. Okay. Only if it's the side of the player, I guess. No, both sides. Both sides. How do we know when the green cap is going to get removed, though? Use random upgrade. Okay, in here we remove it. Remove upgrade visual. Player lost bet. We are removing right now. I think what we should do is at the end of a turn, at the end of a turn, so on next turn, we should just set on fire false, right? I think that works. So yeah. And that's one of the things I hate with those platforms, is you realize how it's crazy how much impact they have on your outcome. One example of that is being featured on itch. You see that the moment the platform gives you a tiny bit of what it's capable of giving you in terms of visibility, how great the impact is. It tells you something. It tells you that many people would love to know about your game, but it's just they have no way of knowing. And it is inherently incredibly unfair, and those platforms do nothing to change that. They do nothing. But I have a theory. I have a theory on that. There's a political link between sucking Steam and other ideas. There's a very clear political link. I need to finish that. Max cap you can bet, and it's showing you exactly how many. I need to finish that also. But first, let me give myself a grain cap. How is it called? Grain? Cap. Okay, it's called cap. Okay, okay. So I kill this. Yes, this is a new feature. Unless you start printing money. Yeah. Now, what about if they create their own content and promote that on the front page instead of the community stuff? What do you mean, Endurus? Then it shows you everywhere. Yeah, totally. Totally. A simple green pack. Okay, we use that. It sets the thing on fire, which is kind of cool. So this is going to be used... this is going to be set to be different. But now look at it. We do the green cap stuff. We win. That's nice. And let's go. That's pretty cool. But it's not on fire anymore. Okay. I like that. I think it works well. I think it works well. So that was really simple. That was really simple. Was really simple. Yeah, it was really simple. Set knife. I just need to fix the fire, basically. Set knife on fire when green cap. That works well. That works well. Bloop, 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 bloop. Rework the double damage upgrade. So I'm just waiting for O.B.O.L, for Wollen to finish this, and we should be good to go. I'm putting that over here. Fish skull, reward clicking, interactive radio. So all of that, I'm putting it on top. Show current max bet. We are going to do that in just a second. I need to do something about Lexispell, though. I need to grab and put that they made a content about it. Content about Lexispell. Press. Liam didn't make an article about it this time. I'm surprised that they didn't. That he didn't. I'm really surprised. Maybe he didn't have time. Rock Paper Shotgun is the first time. It's the first time they're doing an article on my game. I think I have sent Dashpong in the past, and I also sent Hyperslice. And I think it's the first time they're doing it with Lexispell. That's pretty cool. That is pretty cool. I'm taking a small break to grab a coffee, and what we do after that, just to remind myself, is we do this, and we fix this. So let me move that right over there a little bit, just to make it easier to see. We do this. So the bone stuff, the max bet display. We will change the interactable, basically. We'll change the message. Okay, see you in 3 minutes.
Them. So they just continue speaking English with their French accent, and people will also mock them, because then they will say, oh, you have a French accent when you... So whatever you do, you are fucked. The only thing you can do is keep all of that and try to have a good accent, like from the get-go. And if you have a good accent from the get-go, then it's fine. People are like, oh my god, you have such a good accent, how do you do it? You fucker! You need to try!
That's pretty cool. Always good to have a dying children in games. Exactly. Dying children are the best thing. So French are so fucking superior to Americans, right? Let's be honest for a moment. We have such a high standard of living. We know how to be human, you know? We know how to live life. We know how to enjoy and not get shot.
Stuff. How do you call it when it's your first time? Un baptême? Sleep in the mountains. Nature will take care of you. Unfortunately, I think it's starting to become like losing your virginity. No. Point. Main character positioned prominently in the center. In the center. In the center. In the center. This is the definition of center from the president of France, Emmanuel Macron. This is the definition of center. This is literally his definition of center. Clearly on the fucking right. If you like what you're seeing, it's one way of supporting, because I would love my games to support myself, but apparently I'm not capable of doing that, so I kind of need your help. Okay.
Can I rant about people saying hi without the actual question? Or saying, hey, I have a problem without the actual question or problem in the message? I hate that. And you know, we talked about that earlier. Like, I'm not super good at replying to messages. But there is one thing for sure. If your message starts with hi, especially if I don't know you. If I know you, it might be different. But if I don't know you and you send me a message that is hi or hello or whatever, but the message is not here, I will not reply. I won't reply. I know I have an Instagram DM that is like that. Like the message is hello. I didn't reply. Hello, can I ask a question? Well, now you can't. Exactly. You asked a question, it's enough. You don't have questions anymore. I need to publish Pitch Your Game, I forgot. Let's pitch your game. I forgot. I have prepared a special cut for the trailer. Alternate cut. No energy. I'll see if I have the motivation later to do the pitch a game. You already have a trailer, right? Take 2 seconds and do it right now. I recommend doing it early enough because it ends. Let me check. Pitch a game. It's really don't go with anything crazy. It starts at 13, but I don't know when it ends. It ends relatively soon, I think. It's live right now, I think. Hey, pitch a game. Would you bet your life on a coin flip? Oh, should I go with something super simple? Do I say more? I don't want to reveal a lot. It's what you do. It's what you do in O.B.O.L. Okay, keep it simple. Let's check the other pitch game. Pig King, hug the throne, challenge your friend. This is really stupid. I don't like the art style. I'm gonna be really honest. I don't really like the art style right now. I guess it's a work in progress in the environment and everything. I don't like the semi-realistic look, you know. But maybe it would be fun. So it's like a party game. The capsule is cool though. The capsule is cool, but I don't know if it gives a friend slop vibe. You want an ugly game that makes an insane amount of wishlist? What do you mean? Yeah, I do want that. Okay, what are the people saying about my reply? 30% is a big percentage. This comes from the old days when it included the shipping, your game that was displayed in store among like 10 others. Okay. Is 30% too high for GOG? What about Xbox and PlayStation? They also take 30% and force you to pay for online. Yes, 30% is way too much for any platform that is basically doing nothing but showing a simple store. Even worse, the percentage is only smaller if you're bigger. It's shit. I don't know how this is making so much wishlist. Oh yeah, I saw it. You know why? Because it's cool. So there's something very interesting to there's something very important to understand. When things look bad on purpose, you can see it. This looks bad on purpose. You can actually see that it's well made. It's actually juicy. It's actually... It looks like it's fast and everything. So, it looks stupid, but in a good way. Right? And that is intriguing. The more you have things that are the same and very smooth and white and everything is like very well contained and everything... The more we have that, the more we are fatigued and we want to see cool things. This is why right now at the moment, in design, people are looking for things that are a bit different. They're fed up with flat design, and some people are even like looking at Aereo in the past or like the 2000s, and they're like, oh, we want those very bright and colorful and weird UIs. We don't want things to be flat and boring anymore. It's always like that, right? It's kind of going in circles. I guess this also reminds you of like the older internet, where you might be able to see a YouTube poop with a bunch of cool things like that, or you might be able to play a Flash game that looked really stupid, but that was actually really, really fun, you know? So I totally get why it works. And it's something we have to consider, especially as indies. Indies usually cannot play in the WoW category, right? Unless you're making something like Ori and the Blind Forest or whatever, and you have like artists and they're really talented, usually you cannot play in the WoW category because the WoW category is too expensive and too difficult. So you have to play in other categories. Usually you play in interesting category, like you have cool gameplay or whatever. Another category for indies that is popular is the what the fuck category. And I think that works well. Look, everything is stupid about it. In a good way. And look, I'm downloading the demo. I'm downloading the demo, sorry. DMCA Guy. Maybe DMCA Guy is a well-known person. Maybe not. But it's true. It's as simple as that, I would say. Okay, go fuck yourself. Why am I talking to you? If you think that Steam is doing anything, you're wrong. Steam is nothing. The backend of Steam is nothing. Can't stop saying like that it's not a simple store. Steam is not a complex infrastructure. Steam is nothing, okay? Maybe they're doing sometimes cool games and sometimes they're bringing cool accessories, like cool hardware, but the platform itself, Steam, come on, stop it. It's nothing that a bunch of people could reproduce in a day. Like, stop saying bullshit things like that. It's just a store. How many fucking store can you think of? There's so many fucking stores out there. It's something we've known how to do since like the 90s. So fucking stop it. You can't say that they can take 30% just because they're there with their shitty store. Stop it. Let me introduce you. Percentage. If your game gets 1 to 10 download, you get 10% payout. Shop 90%. If you reach 2 to 5,000 download monthly, you get 35% payout. Shop 65. If you get 10,000 download monthly, you get 50%. What is this shit? What is this shit? It's awful. It's awful. It is awful. Ooh, this is cool. Lovecraftian Dread. Oh, I'm putting that on my Steam Deck. I hope it runs on my Steam Deck. Pitch a game is usually a good time to find some new things, honestly. There is usually you can find some cool games during pitch a game. Into the Mistland. This looks nice. So honestly, Seto, take 5 minutes and do it. Yeah. Usually, let's be honest, pitch a game doesn't do well. The only time I've seen it do relatively well was the first time I saw it. I think I did it the first time it was a thing, and it did relatively well because it was new and people were excited. Nowadays, people don't even know that it's today, and the problem is that basically the timelines are going to get flooded with pitch a game stuff. So it's not as good, but it costs you nothing and you never know, so it's worth it in my opinion. I played a demo of this game, it was really cool. Oh my god, I pitched a game in 2023, let's not look at it. Oh my god, I pitched a game in 2023, let's not look at it. Really? In the top? This is what we have? What the fuck? Let's go latest. I hope I'm not going to see porn. I don't care about narrative. Okay. You see? This kind of aesthetic can also help. You have some pixelated stuff, an image on screen. I don't know, there's... It can do really well. Ooh, that looks good. That looks good. As a player, I really like that. Let's go! The demo is out next week, so don't miss it. That's good. Yeah. An auto battler. And you see how fast I scroll. I think most people will scroll like that, basically. So if you see something that catches your attention, you go for it. Otherwise, you don't. Also, I'm zoomed in, so I see less stuff. Oh, this is Queen's Domain. Queen's Domain looks amazing. I didn't really enjoy the gameplay, but the feeling is like that old school RPG stuff. It's like, yes. Thank you, Seto, for retweeting stuff. Hydropunk, I'm downloading that on my beautiful Steam Deck. I'm a proud Steam Deck owner. Before it was costing basically the same as a house. You've seen the price increase, right? It's nuts. Do they have a demo? Oh, they have a playtest. I mean, I can request a playtest, I guess. I'm adding that to my wish list, I think. Your interest has been registered. Give me access. Give me access. Steam. And you can believe if RAM shortage ever gets fixed, those prices are not coming down. Yeah, true. It's usually price goes up and never goes down. So yeah, that's awful. I think that's part of why we hate AI so much, because it's also tied to how the capitalistic society works and how bad it just makes everything, basically. I was surprised that my game runs kind of well on it without doing anything. Why are you surprised? Do you have gamepad support, or do you have only mouse support for now? The thing is, the Steam Deck is just a PC, right? So there's nothing specific to do. The only very specific thing you need is adapt the screen ratio. If your game is locked in 16:9, you need to unlock it if you want full screen on the Steam Deck. You need to have 16:10, I think it is. And potentially do like gamepad support. But otherwise, yeah, it works well. Only you hate AI so much, don't speak for the group. Also, this is why I'm not getting a Nintendo Switch too, because I'm not going to pay more money for it and have any games on anyway. You'd be surprised. There's a lot of people hating on AI, and for good reasons. No gamepad, only mouse. The trackpad works well to play the triggers to stop. Yeah, fair enough. I also played O.B.O.L on the Steam Deck, and it worked really well. It worked really well to the point where I decided to not do gamepad support for now. I was like, because you don't move that much, it's fine to play like this. It's totally fine. So, set max bet. We are going to simply change the thing in here, and we are going to say interactable message is equal to tr. And we pass the new max. And I'm doing it also in here, right? And I have managed to lock all my UI in the center, so no issue on any resolution. Yeah, you have the UI in the center, and it just extends stuff, like background stuff. Yeah, good solution. Having all my UI on the panel is kind of cool for that. No issues at all. Just had to check if I disable the unused button. Yeah. So when you hover on it, max caps you can bet 3. That is cool. That is really cool. Okay, so that works well. In here we don't see the signature because we don't have the signature, but that's fine. I forgot to check Newgrounds. My game has been removed from Newgrounds and I don't know what happened. Black background and only see the panels that slide up or down. Don't need to extend anything too. Okay. It looks weird on a phone on a vertical resolution, but it works. Ah, you put it also on vertical. Okay. Okay, so show current max bet. It is done. That was a very, 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 very simple thing. Show max bet on hover message. What do we have in here? This is just for demo stuff, so we don't care. Okay. Let's work on something. Let's work on something pretty cool. Not the end sequence, reward clicking, interactive radio. Where did I put it? Double damage something. Interactive system for objects and notes. Let's go. How am I doing that? How am I doing that? I think, realistically, we just create a scene where we put our stuff. And then we can click on it. And it goes in and out. Give me a sec. Non, heureusement, sinon je I don't remember who recommended me this book, but I bought it. I think it was Trevron. That recommended this book, and so I bought it last time. That was when we were talking about that on stream. Gaza, an inquest into its martyrdom. It's gonna be interesting. Looks to be I can't wait to read that, but I'm never reading, so that's gonna be a problem. Okay, set max bet is gone. What do we need to do right now? I forgot. Oh yeah, we are going to do an interactive system. And the way we are going to do it... I think it's just going to be something that we plug. Huh, can we do that? Can we assume that it's going to be fine? I'm trying to think how to set it up. Basically, the idea is game UI database. Let me see how they're doing it in Resident Evil. I think Resident Evil. I don't know Resident Evil well enough to know which one. Oh, I like that. But we don't have a system like that. You know the system where an object will be shown on screen? In what Resident Evil can I find that? You know that system? It brings the... Oh, this. This is kind of that. I want that, basically. Okay? The problem I see is if we have objects that are not rotating to on their center. The item is showing on the center and slowly rotating. Yeah, exactly. And it's kind of what we need to do. The issue I have is, let's say you want to do it on... Let's say you want to do it on any object, right? You have a GLB somewhere. The problem is, if it was not made to be centered, it's not going to work the way you want. So what do I do? I think I will define a pivot. And it's going to be fine. Okay, I think I know how to do it. Let's take an example, though. Let's take an example. Maybe as a child, we will use like a mesh instance 3D. As the mesh, I put... no, that's not how it works, right? I mean, no, I can do that. We're simply going to do a quad mesh in here. Standard material. I think I want it to be transparent. Shading, we don't care. And for the albedo, let's take the form. Let's take that as an example. What is the size of that bad boy? 332 by 512. 332 by 512. 332 by 512. And then we divide both of them like by 100, I think. More, by 1,000. So it's 30 centimeters by 50. It's probably still too big. right? Where are we putting those? In scenes? Maybe we have a bunch of them at the same spot that we can interact with. I think that's what we are going to do. So... interactables, maybe. And I try to do interactable test. I think it's going to be too big though. So imagine we put it somewhere. Ooh, it's going to be more complex than I thought. Interactable test. It needs to be somewhere where I can click on it. I don't know if I can click on it from here. I don't know what I see. So I think we need a few rules. In this case, it's facing Z, which might be a problem. Is it a problem that it's facing Z? Basically, it should also have a background. Cal mode disabled. Interesting, it doesn't have the back. If you want to show the back, you have to show something else, right? I mean, there's no back, it's just an image. I'm fucking stupid. So we have this. We will put an interactable over there. It always starts with an interactable, basically. We have our collision shape. A box shape. Okay. I copy that and I put that on the overlay. Where is it? Paste as unique. Boop. So it's okay, it doesn't show anything, but okay. It is now here. Okay, cool. And so what I'm going to do is I'm going to put another interactable, like a specific component, and it's going to show it to the camera, no matter which one. I think the active camera, basically. It's going to bring it towards the camera, right? I think that's what I want. That's kind of the behavior that we want. How do I do that? Let's create a node. Let's call that interactive interact camera. That's shit. What should be the thing? Interactable to camera, maybe. I'll make that a component. Interactable to camera. I'll put it in here for now. Class name. Interactable to camera. So we need a few things. We need to export var an interactable. This is going to be a cool feature. I really believe it's going to be a cool feature. So in this case, we have the interactable. If interactable, we do interactable interacted, connect on interactable interacted. Okay. And we need to have in here an object, right? I'm defining an object. It needs to be a node 3D. So in our case, it's just going to be that. On interactable interacted, we need to place the object. So we need to place the object in front of the camera and enable on-screen camera movement. I think we will be able to rotate the thing. I need to figure out how to do that. I think I will be able to... And how do you exit that mode? How do you exit that mode? That's a good question, right? And that is the old stuff on Resident Evil. This is so specific. I don't know if we can still find it on Requiem. Ah, perfect. Reset and you close. Yeah, because it's... yeah. How are they achieving that? Look. Oh, they have a focal point. Or... the thing is brought into a new layer and it's blurring the background. I don't know how to do that. But this is made for a console, so they have a close button, basically. I would argue if we click elsewhere and not on the thing itself... No, I don't know. Maybe we'll have a button, but I'll try to find something better. So, how do we do that? Is there a way to get the camera that is current? In our game, we only have one camera. Right? We only have one camera, and the camera 3D is being set by the camera main. Is that what we're doing? Ready. Camera self. Yeah, we only have one camera active. So... global camera, this has a transform. A camera has a transform. And it's in -z. So I want to take the basis to find the point, to find the target point, to find the target, vector 3. To find the target, I need to grab the transform, the global transform. I have global basis, that's actually what I want. Oh fuck, I don't remember. What do I do from here? Global basis, and I want the X. I want the Z, right? And we want the minus Z. So we want to go in minus Z. How far should it be from the camera? We can define it in here. Export var. Dist from camera. Float. 0.5 maybe. And we go there. So we want the global's camera, global transform, global position. We want the global position, and then we want to move in the direction of the basis, right? So then we do object, global position is equal to that. We'll tween it later, of course. If not object, print error, object not defined for interactable to camera. And maybe we pass the owner. Maybe we pass the owner. And we return. Okay. To do tween that if it's correct. Then we enable the on-camera movement, but I don't really care about that for now. I think I can test that. I need to make it face myself also. Right now it's not facing myself, so it's not going to work. Right? I can't click on it. Why is that? Because mouse interact was not set. Is it at the right spot? And I can just not see anything. Do I have any way to override that? I don't remember. How do you do it? How do you override the camera? Override the in-game camera. It doesn't do anything. I should really have a free camera movement, a free cam. What do you think about that? I should have a free cam for debug. That would be really cool. That would be really cool. Could it be showing at the wrong spot? Because we are in local space. Oh, yeah. Do we want the local space? Z. Yeah, I think so. Right? Okay, so to make my life easier, I'm going to put that on the table so I can actually see it. And then we are going to do something else. The interactable test. When we do look at, do you remember look at? Look at. It wants. There's no look at in this function. Object look at. It wants to look at minus z, right? Rotates the local forward axis minus z, points towards the target position relative to the world. The local If use model front is true, the plus Z axis is treated as forward. Okay. So I can do use model front. If we don't want to do minus Z. So I can do object, and I want to look at us. So I want to look at the global camera, global position. Up vector, I just do vector dot up, and then use model front true, right? Look at camera. Do you think that this is wrong? Target. Global position is equal to target. Global position minus global basis. Basis is something that is normalized. I'm taking Z and I'm going minus Z with distance from camera, so 0.5. I feel like this is correct. What is happening right now? I can't click on anything. What? What? Oh yeah, sorry, input. I was not inputting the game. Okay, so the thing is here. Let's go here. Shut up. I click on that. It doesn't change the color, by the way. And then it goes here. Ah, so that works. That actually works. It's not following us, though. It's not following us, though, and it's also very, very dark. We're going to have a slight problem. I have an idea. We can have a fake light that is on the camera and that is only showing for things that are in front of us. I think that would work. So if we put that on layer 2 in the visual instance, and by the way, we need to put that a little bit further. But I think we need to follow the thing with us. Do you agree that the interactable should follow? Let's make that an exportable. Export var. Follow camera. Let's set that to true. Export. I constantly make the mistake. Export. Okay. Then we do func process. If we have an object, no, we need a variable for that, like var interacting bool false. In here we do interacting is equal to true. If interacting an object, I think that works. I think that works. Okay, now we need another thing. So let's go on our camera main. Let's go on our camera main. Let's put the interactable test to see what it looks like. And then in local space, we move 0.7. I put it, I think, 0.7. So what does it look like? It's quite far. Oh yeah, because it depends on the FOV. It depends on the FOV. They have different FOVs basically. Ooh, can you calculate the equivalent distance so the FOV shows you the thing relatively easily? You know what I mean? Relation between FOV and distance. There's probably something. There's generally an inverse relationship between FOV and working distance for a given lens. Do you think it's linear? Do you think it's linear? If that's the case, I can just take two values, derive a ratio, and use that. Do you think it's linear? I think it is. I want to believe that it is. I want to believe that it is. So let's put a light. The light is not going to be an omni light. I think it is going to be a spotlight. Right? The spotlight is going to be moved. Ooh, the spotlight is going to be moved up a little and looking down a little like that. We can make that pretty much layer 2. The render layer. The object will only be visible for camera. Will cull mask include any of the render? Light. Cull mask. So it's only on the second one, right? We don't want any other thing. And it's not casting shadows. And maybe the light is not completely... It's a little bit more yellowish. You know? Has a little bit of a yellowish tint. Object. Interactable light. Let's see. Shit, we already have that. It's going to look cool though. It is going to look very, very cool. And it's going to show us that very nicely. Let's make it a little bit less bright. And it's really just lighting up that thing. Yeah, perfect. So then cull mask layer 2. What we need to do is when we start interacting, the object layer. How do I change that? I want to change the visual layer. Layers? Just layers. Copy property path. Layers is equal to 1. Set layers. What? How do I change that? To adjust layer, set layer mask value. Set layer mask value. And then it wants what? Ooh, it's a pain. It wants a number. Returns whether... No. A number and a bool. Given the number between 1 and 2. Okay, layer 1. We are not setting the bits. We are setting the layer itself. So we want layer 2. And we want true. Shit. I need to remove... On the 3D stuff, I need to remove the test. It's going to be nice. It's going to be nice. So we have the thing over there. Shut up. We click on it. And it shows. Perfect. Yeah. That is cool. Okay. Cool. Then. It should follow the camera, right? Right now it's not following the camera. And it should always look at the camera. I feel like this didn't work. Oh, I know why it's not following the camera. No, I don't know actually. I don't know. process. I don't care about delta. Okay, should we tween it now? Yes. Let's do var tween. In here, we want to tween. I guess if I just click on it, I don't know how I'm going to do that. I don't know how I'm going to cancel the thing. So maybe I'll put text on screen because it's going to be easier to cancel that way. So for now we are going to just toggle, right? So if interacting, we are basically saying interacting is equal to false and everything. Else we are doing this. So in here we are setting that to false. In here we need to remember the default value. var object default it's going to be a transform 2D, 3D. If object default transform, we can grab the object and grab default transform. Okay. Let's create the tween. So let's do tween utils create and kill and create tween. We want the tween. Let's set it is in and out, and let's set trans to cubic, and we'll see if we want to change that or not. In this case, we want to tween the property object. We want to tween its property global transform to default transf in like 0.4, probably. And in this case, we want to do target, and we want to do object a global position in here. The lookat can be changed. I need to calculate that instead of just doing a lookat. I need to do that, but I don't know how yet. And the process will be false by default. So set process to false. And we'll tween the property. I'll say to do tween the lookat. And in here, when this is done, I'm tweening the property object, no self. I'm tweening the callback, in fact. Set process, and I bind true. And in here, I do set process false. Let's look at that. I think it's going to be nice. Okay. There is something wrong about it. And then it goes back. That's really cool. Okay. Click to bring to camera. Boom. Okay, we need to tween the look at. Okay? We need to tween the look at. I don't know how to do that. Okay? I don't know how to do that. I really don't know how to do that. So, in the past, I have used a trick. Which is I was using another node, a dummy node, basically, on which I was using look at. It was doing the transform, and I was using that transform to go towards it. But I don't know. Smoothly look at 3D Godot. I'm sure some people are doing it. Are doing it. You should try manipulating transforms. Do something like target transform, player global transform, do stuff on target R. Oh, actually I know how to do it. Oui. A tutti quanti. Prends quoi en sandwichos? Il y aura peut-être plus rien. Ah ouais. Moi, un jambon beurre, ça me va. Ou un truc aux sauces, etc. Ou un truc au poulet. Ou un truc de base un peu. Hein? Oh Yes, à toutes. Godot Online Transform is a nice example. Convert bases to quaternion. Keep in mind scale is lost. Interpolate using spherical linear interpolation. Apply back. Reapply scale if needed. What? I have an idea on how to do it. Look at is not a function you need looking at, which creates a new transform. Seriously commented on this works perfectly, but it actually doesn't. Looking at? Looking at exists? Stop it. Shut up. Shut up. It wants what? An object global transform. Looking at. Oh my god, it exists. Oh my god, returns a copy of this transform rotated so that the forward axis. Oh my god, it exists. Otherwise, my idea was simple. I was going to say, I know the transform. Do I know the transform? I know the transform of the object because I can grab the transform of the camera, right? I know the transform. It's the transform of the camera. If I match the transform, my object goes on the camera. But if I rotate 180 degrees around... Oh yeah, but I don't know where. So it would have been harder, so let's not do that. It would have been harder, I think. So it's fine. Let's say target transform. But this is only going to be... I'm going to have a problem. When we do look at, what is it doing? Is it rotating? This method fails if the node is not in a scene tree. Okay. Moves the node to the specified position, then rotates the node to points towards the target. Similar to look at, its position calculated in a global space. I hate 3D. This is going to return me a transform, so I think I need to calculate the actual final transform. Do you know what I mean? So I'm doing target transform. It's the object global transform looking at global's camera global position. Vector 3 up and true. Okay, I have my new transform, but this transform is a transform that only accounts for rotation. So then what I can do is I can target transform origin, and I put my target. I hope I'm correct. I think I'm correct. But then people will tell you, no, 3D is easy. 3D is easy. 3D is not. If you're missing some stuff, you're going to struggle with basic things in 3D. But anyway, tween, we target the property. We want to target the global transform. I have my target transform right over there. And I think that works. I hope so. Let's see. Let's see. I think it worked. It does. It kind of snaps though. You know why it snaps? Because it's not smooth on the target transform stuff. So that is fine as fuck. I'm really happy. So now that was easy as fuck. Now we can have this, and we can smoothly go towards our targets, right? So in here, the target transform, we can do the same thing. We can change the origin to be target, and then we can smoothly lerp. We can say object transform. It's going to be lerp object transform to the target transform, and it's going to go there at a follow speed times delta. So we re-enable delta in here. Follow speed is not declared. Don't worry. Export var. Follow speed. Boolean. I don't know. It can lag a little bit. 10 should be fine. In here we want to change the transform, the global transform. Okay. Bool and float for operator follow speed. What? What do you mean bool? It's a float, you motherfucker. It's a float, not a flout. A flout? It is not a flout. Flaute de flaute de flaute. Ich bin eine Flaute. Ah! That was shit. Why is it doing it in 2 steps like that? What are you doing? What is wrong with you? What is wrong with you? What is wrong with you? Yeah. What? Okay, what if I go here? Huh? Is it? It looks like I'm not correctly applying the transform. Okay, let's never do that in the process. Oh, the transform is wrong. Sorry, what? Why is the transform wrong in here? Straight lerping transforms can give strange results. Yeah, I know. But, it's fine. Why is it slightly rotated like that? Why is it slightly rotated like that? What am I doing wrong? Is it because I'm applying the offset after the... I'm applying the offset to my... I'm applying the offset to the transform. It doesn't change anything because the look at doesn't change the part. You see what I mean? Oh, it's very buggy sometimes in here. I don't know why. Like this, for some reason this is wrong. But if we reapply the process... Come on. If we reapply the process, I think it's fine. Right? When we reapply the process, it is fine. And it's following us no matter where we're looking because of that. Isn't that cool? This was not... like, I didn't plan that. But then it follows us. We can use that effect for the madness. We can use that effect where we have something on the screen that is constantly following us. That is going to look very cool. Rip. And you can zoom in. Oh yeah, and it's kind of following us. I like that. Look at how smooth it is. Like, my lerping is beautiful. And it works fine. It works totally fine. Wow. So the only issue is that depending on the FOV, we have the distance wrong. Okay? So we still need to find that. So, okay. Gamedev. How distance changes based on FOV. Is that clear? How do you compensate, basically? Is there any downsides to changing camera FOV? What should I consider alternative? Distance dependent FOV. You'll have a weird distortion, blah blah blah. I'm not sure. If anyone has an idea in here, I'd love to know. Basically, what I'm trying to figure out is... if I have a set distance at a certain FOV, how do I compensate this distance so it stays the same at another FOV? So if we have a tighter FOV, we need to push it further, right? How do you calculate FOV? What is calculation FOV? Maybe we can start with that, and that will give us an interesting idea. Oh, the ratio? Screen to distance, single screen. No, that's not what I want. What do you mean? Total span. Distance to screen. I don't understand. You are really close to the screen. You're really far from the screen. What is the relationship? It's an angle, right? It's an angle. It's an angle. So... No, I don't know. Okay. It makes sense. The further away, the smaller the angle, the further away it needs to be if we want to take the same amount of space. Right? If at 34, I'm at 82.6. Is that the smallest I can be? 30. Let's go 30. If at 30, so this is centimeter. I'm doing a spreadsheet. Centimeter, this is FOV. If at 30 centimeters, I'm at 98 point... Okay, I want the ratio in here. So I want what's the FOV divided by the size, maybe? It doesn't matter, right? By A2 I want 2.9. Maybe I want it to be in the other direction, but anyway. And for example, at 200, we have 17. 0.085. What is that? What is that telling me? What is that telling me? What is that telling me? It's telling me if I do that divided by this, or the opposite actually. If I do that divided by this, I have 35.2. So now I can make a prediction. I can say at 100, it's going to be equal to that. At 100, it should be 35. Okay, it's wrong. It's wrong, but I'm not so far. It's 33 instead of 35. Is it stupid what I'm doing? Maybe it doesn't matter. Do you think it matters? Do you think it matters? It's kind of fun. It's kind of fun to try to compensate. But I feel like it's a simple algebra, a simple geometry problem, right? If something is a certain size at a certain FOV, yeah, but it depends how far it is, right? Compensate FOV by moving object. I'd be drawing pictures at this point. Yeah, me too. I'm drawing them in my head right now. Camera FOV scaling. Okay. Yeah, there's deformation, but I don't care about that. Okay, yeah. Hey, Infcat! Thank you for the 39 month. How is it going? Anyone tuning in for the Summer Games Fest? When is it, Summer Games Fest? Usually those big events, I'm less interested because it's kind of stupid. How can I change the camera FOV while maintaining the entire perspective? Perspective is controlled by distance, so if you don't want to change, do not change distance. Same in simulated 3D space. Is there a formula where I can calculate the exact compensation, or do you have to adjust by eye? If you halved your FOV, you need to double your distance to get the same object in view. Yeah, I get the inverse relationship. Is that true? Is that true? Okay. So, okay, that tells me something then. Default FOV. Maybe it's as simple as that. I just have a reference and then I do something about it. Let's see. This is the camera. This is the main, and it's the main stuff that is good for me. 75, right? Camera target. When I'm at the center, I'm at 51. Let me do another test. Let me put the interactable test right over there. Go into local space. Let's look at this shit, and let's move that. No! Let's move that. I need to preview that shit. Thank you. Is it the right... Yeah, okay. Okay, so it's more like... Oh, but it depends on the size of the object. Oh my god. It depends on the size of the object. I didn't think about that. In a few hours, it's just another big corporate trailer event, I think. I'm not going to put it on the background when the Twitch drops, though. Is it like the big one with the George? What is the name? With like one last thing, and last year they announced the game that did pretty poorly after some time. One last thing, and it was something else. Is that this event? Summer Game Fest. Yeah, it's this one. Usually the big events I don't care too much, to be honest. Usually I don't care too much because it's kind of shit. Also, it's pretty late for me. If it's in 5 hours, it means it's going to be 10 p.m. I'm probably going to be watching a show. This is another of Joff's events as far as I know. Yeah, okay. Yeah, usually they don't announce anything incredibly interesting. I prefer the smaller events. But still, I mean, I will look at it from afar. I will see people talking about it. Ooh, Control Resonant. I'm excited for Control Resonant. Are you? Joff Keely or something. Yes. RuneScape Dragon Wild. Oh, it's already out. Wow. Wow. It released like half a month ago. 10 millions. It's interesting that they went with an art style like that. Can I say it? Can I say it, or you're going to kill me if I say it? It looks a little bit like Fortnite. More stylized, I would argue. But it looks a little bit like Fortnite. Right? I don't know shit about RuneScape, but RuneScape looks awful. The original RuneScape, right? It looks awful. Am I right? So this is like a new... This is the original RuneScape or what? Old school? Ah, RuneScape actually looks like that nowadays. And then there is this new RuneScape. There is no blueprints when they build, so it's not Fortnite. Okay. Fair enough, fair enough. The capsule art is pretty cool though. Looks cool. Soulframe, Mortal Shell 2. Mortal Shell 2. What is Soulframe? From the creators of Warframe emerges a new fantasy action RPG. Forge your legend with blade, bow, and magic as you lead the charge against a world-devouring corruption. Okay. Sounds pretty cool. With that music, it's even cooler. Only games of more than 20 hours, not for me. Oh, yeah. Yeah, for sure. Big games. And not just 20 hours, but also like $50 minimum. Okay, you can play a bird. Okay, throwing stuff is always fun in games. If you have a game and you can't throw shit, it's not fun. Okay. I'm giving up on blueprints after 16 to 18 hours though. So annoying to wait for the RNG to be in your favor. That's what I've heard. I've heard a lot of people saying that. So, Soulframe, I don't know much about Warframe, but isn't Warframe a game where you have to grind a lot? Is it going to be the same? It looks cool though. It looks cool. I'd love to play... I'd love to have a demo in here. I'd love to have a demo. But it looks cool. Okay, let's go with 06. Right? Let's go with 06 at the right camera target. And the default camera target is... Camera center is 52. Let's say 52, okay, to make it simple. So in here, default FOV, we have 52. Yeah, it's grindy, but the grind is kind of the point. It's kind of an ARPG in that way. If you don't enjoy the grind, there's no point. Okay, interesting. So do you think it's going to be the same for the new stuff? There isn't like raids and stuff for there to be a meta and an endpoint for the grind. It's just for you to collect stuff like Pokemon. Oh, okay. So then, not for me, I guess. C'est bon, les sandwichs sont secured. I have Prelude's access, their alpha version. Okay, why do you have access? Is it because you're a client and you paid? You paid a lot of money, and so they're rewarding you with early access? Or you just registered and you were lucky? Tell me everything. So this distance from the camera, okay, you know what we can do then? In here we can have a function called func get target transform, and it's returning you a transform 3D. There is something cool about doing 3D, honestly. I was kind of missing it. I was missing it. So I'm happy that I'm doing 3D again. Oh my godness! Sorry. Nothing crazy here. Nothing crazy. Everything is fine. We need to calculate the actual distance. So, corrected dist from cam era. It's going to be a vector 3. And how do we correct that? We do a produit en croix. A cross product, but not the cross product. They give away access during live streams every month, but I did buy the Founders Pack, and I do have like 1,200 hours in Warframe, so you're a client, as we say in French. I don't think the translation is good. In French, when we tell someone that he's a client, it means it's like pretty... It's pejorative, right? It's a little bit negative. It's like... I don't know the equivalent in English. It's like you're buying stuff and maybe you should not. You see what I mean? Consumer, I would say in English. Yeah, but no. Because it's a normal word. When we say it in French... Oh, t'es trop un client. T'es trop un client. Even worse, we say it in reverse. We say it in verlan. T'es trop un Yankee. If you are a Yankee, So a client, but you split it at the middle and you reverse the two. A giant cli. I don't know how to say that. Then it's pretty bad. I think consumer has a pejorative meaning nowadays in common parlance. Just eat the slop up, you consumer. You consumer. Maybe by saying you consumer, maybe by adding the you in front, it kind of makes it worse, maybe. Okay, so what should be my FOV if my distance is that? It's distance from the camera. No, it's... I want the corrected distance, right? So I have the actual camera FOV. I can grab the actual camera FOV that I multiply by the distance from the camera that I divide by the default FOV. Is that true? It's not a vector 3. It's a distance, it's a float. And that should work. Guys, if that works, I'm a genius. Maybe not. Like obsessed with spending? Not really. The pejorative aspect of being a client is like... let's say one of your favorite streamer or a brand that you like is coming up with a new product, like a new Apple product or a new drink from an influencer or something, and you buy it, right? You buy it immediately, and one of your friends could say, "Oh putain, t'es trop un client," or "Oh putain, t'es trop un yankli." You're such a client. You know what I mean? Like you're just buying stuff, and you should not be. I don't know if it makes sense. Warframe is the only live service game I respect in any way, and I'm well past putting my trust in any company and getting burned many times. I want to stay optimistic. Yeah. I'm not judging you, Infcat. I was joking. You don't like World of Warcraft? I don't know what it is nowadays. Ah no! Why is it doing that again? Why is it doing that again? My code is brokey, guys. My code is brokey, but let's see if it works. I feel like the correction doesn't work. No, it doesn't. It does the opposite. Huh? It does the opposite, right? Okay, I'm testing something. I'm dividing here and I'm multiplying here. What do we see? Oh, I broke everything. Because now it's behind. Now it's behind. Forget everything. Now it's in front. It's not fixing it though. It's not fixing it, it's making it further away. So it's not doing anything. Rip. It totally doesn't. They have a very friendly monetization model. No yearly paid releases. Premium currency can be earned by just trading, etc, etc. But it just has to be someone's cup of tea. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I'm a single player person, so what appeals to me is that you can do like 99.9% of the game solo though, which is not the case in World of Warcraft, for example, or even any other MMOs. Usually you're kind of stuck. When I was playing World of Warcraft or when I was playing Dofus back in the day, you're stuck because it's meant to be played with like a full raid of people, or in Dofus it's meant to be played with 8 people sometimes. And finding people to do stuff is difficult. Never heard of that here in Quebec. It's interesting to see the context implied being seemingly harmless words. Exactly, yeah. And I think the verlan, the reversed version of the word, has more impact. You see the point? Être un client and être un yankli is different. If you're saying yankli, it's clear that it's pejorative. Whereas if you're just saying client, it could be less pejorative, but I guess it also depends on the context. So my code doesn't work. Is that surprising? It's not entirely surprising. But at the same time, we can zoom in. By doing that, it doesn't work really well. Fuck. Fuck, fuck, fuck. Fuck, fuck, fuck. Okay. We need to do something else. Yeah, is this region Verlan? Yes. I don't know if there's a T. I think there's no T. No, it's just Verlan. Like that. It means à l'envers, but it's also put in. It's also like the thing with Verlan that can be difficult, especially for people that are not native speakers, is that it's not exact. It's not exactly reversed or swapped, I should say. It's not always swapped, and with time, Verlan has evolved because we are doing the Verlan of the Verlan, right? For example, in French, femme, women, becomes meuf. I can't translate that. Okay, it becomes meuf. So you take femme, you reverse it, kind of, and it becomes meuf. And then it gets reversed again, but it doesn't go back to femme, it goes back to femme. And so it creates, over time, it just evolves and it's super weird. And so if you are a non-native speaker and you hear that, you fucking understand nothing. You understand nothing. Femme, it would actually be written like this. So it's femme into meuf into femme. And you can see that when you take meuf and you reverse it again, it doesn't become femme, right? It should become femme. But the thing is with femme, it's not possible. I mean, it's not that it's not possible, but it's weird to pronounce. So by adding another it makes it easier. And because everything is more cooperation based, and there is a big risk you get bad teams since everyone is kind of building for being able to do the content solo, then the company isn't that toxic because there's no real expectation of you doing your part. DPS tanking, supporting. Okay, interesting. Interesting. Holy shit. Yeah, it's weird. It's weird. French is weird. I don't know if it's something that exists in other languages, I guess. I love the coffee description. Should totally play Lexispell. What is the coffee description? What am I saying on the coffee description? That I need to... I'm asking for money because I can't pay rent. I'm actually struggling at the moment. I'm considering selling myself, but I'm not sure it would work. Okay, so that doesn't work. But honestly, it's not too bad. What we need to do now, this interaction to camera. Do we have access to the global position of the mouse in this thing over there? We don't, right? A node doesn't have access to stuff like that. A node doesn't have access to that. Okay, I don't know how to do this. Basically, I need a way to know if I want to rotate. Maybe not. Maybe it doesn't matter and I'm not doing it. It's the interaction right now could be basic like that. Right? I could let it be very basic like this. And then maybe later on we add more stuff to it. Like the ability to zoom in and out, but specifically I'm not sure. You can't put a job application in a video game, it'll scare the player. That's true. That's true, Magic. I think it's fine. I'm just confused. I'm just confused about one thing, is when I tween the transform, initially it's not correct. And I really don't understand why. Because I feel like I'm doing the exact same thing as what I'm doing in process. And yet, it doesn't work. Like, look, it's fucking weird. If I don't process, you can see the transform is wrong. For some reason, the transform is wrong, right? It's slightly on the left. Okay? And now I activate the process, and it faces correctly. Why? Why? What am I doing? I'm doing the exact same code. I'm doing the exact same code. So what is the difference between the two? Do you use the animation UI in Godot? What do you mean, do you use the animation UI? That doesn't really mean anything. Getting huge inscription vibes. Good job on the artistic direction so far. It looks dope. Thank you. Woland is doing the 3D. Shit. I don't understand. It doesn't look that bad because... It doesn't look that bad. Hey, what if we don't tween it? What if we don't tween the thing in here and we set process to true immediately? What happens? Yeah, that's what I thought. That's what I thought. We don't really need the tween because we have the built-in. We have the process lerping. So it kind of works. So maybe I don't even bother with the tween. The purple primitive, don't remember what it's called. Oh, the animation player? No, I don't touch the animation player. Hey, Woland. How are you doing? This is what I've done for the interactive stuff that can be shown on screen. I'm excited to open the stream and see O.B.O.L. Yeah. Look, it's even following us. If we want to, for some reason. And of course, we can be here and it still goes back to where it was. So I wanted to add more, but I think I'm gonna stop there for this specific feature. I wanted to be able to rotate it and whatnot. But I think it's fine. I don't know... I don't know how to do that. I'm the one who does all the touching on the animation player here. No animation player. I hate the animation player. Do we need the rotation, Walland, or not? Tell me. Tell me if we need the rotation. Also, you see how it looks a little bit weird? This is too much, I need to change that. Do you see how it looks a little bit weird when it goes back, it goes black for a second? This is because I have a specific light that is only showing objects that are in front of us like that. And so the moment it goes back, the light is not lighting them anymore because I removed the light on this object. So it goes black a little bit. I could try to fade it, or maybe it doesn't matter, honestly. Maybe we can say it doesn't matter. Rotate can wait for the full game. Okay, quick stuff then. Light should dim slowly instead of going off. Yeah, the problem is that I don't control the lights. Basically what is happening is on the camera, there's always a light that is showing. it's only lighting objects that are on a certain layer. And so the moment I tell the object to come to the camera, then it switches to that layer and it becomes lit. So that's why. So if I want to make it smooth, then I need to ask the camera. To dim in and out. I need to change the light intensity. Whereas right now I don't touch the camera. I don't touch the light. And in Godot, there is no way to transition the layer, right? You can't blend the layer. That would be cool, by the way, being able to blend the layers. That would be nice. I did add the fish skull, by the way. It works now. Just need to implement the animation somehow. Okay. What is the animation that we need to implement, by the way? I don't think I remember. Honestly, do you want me to fix... Do you want me to fix the light? In here, we care about details. I think people will like the game. People will see that we care about details. So maybe we do it. It takes like 2 seconds. It takes like 2 seconds. It takes 2 seconds. Let's do it. Ah! It's fine. I'm doing it. I'm doing it. I'm gonna do an export subgroup instead. It's gonna be smooth that way. Export subgroup. Interactable... No. Yeah, interactable light. Actually, we can do that, right? I'm gonna export var max energy. It's going to be a float at 0.8. And I guess that's it. It has an idle animation and a scream animation. If it takes 2 seconds, why debate doing it for 10 minutes? I don't know how to fix the light. I can see how to fix it with one hand object, but it looks like you might have a hand of multiple. No. We are going to have one object at a time. So it's fine. Layer blending style. I would love to be able to blend layers, but I don't know how... I don't know how it works. I don't know how it's composited, basically. I don't know how the final image is being rendered by Godot. I have no idea. So let's not think about that. Let me think. What do I want to do? I think I want a function. That is going to be... We have shake, we have tween 2, we have start tween, we have check madness, lerp rotation. Let's do a function. Set interactable light intensity. We pass an intensity as a float, and we pass a duration as a float, and we say that by default it's like 0.4. Shall we? Timothée Chalamet. Oh my god. Okay. Then we do... Do we have the interactable light already? Oh my god, we don't. Oh my god, we don't. Interactable light. Skibbity bop. Skibbity bop. I need to tween that. So... Tween... Interactable light. I'm gonna utils kill tween and create tween. And I want that tween interactable light. Skibbity bop, skibbity bop. Skibbity bop. Skibbity bop bop bop. Skibbity bobbity 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 bop. Duk 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 duk. Right. Tween interactable light. Tween property. What is the property? The property is energy, light energy. And it's going to go to intensity in duration. Tween interactable light. We are going to set ease in and out. Set trans, fucking cubic. I'm gonna grab some chow. Have a nice stream. Goodbye, Infcat. Thank you for dropping by, and thank you for the subscription. Blabbering flow state. Exactly. Exactly. Blending layers would be a linear combination of two copies of the object, I guess. I don't even know how it works. What I know is that we don't have access to that, I think. Actually, maybe in a compositor effect, we might have access to this. Godot gives us access to... Maybe gives us access to that in the compositor effect. I have no idea. I don't know enough about rendering, and I don't know enough about Godot specifically. But theoretically, yes, I guess it's just very simply blending between two copies, or even blending between, I don't know, blending between two images, maybe even. Yeah, but you do a shader, it'll be a whole thing. Yeah, nice util. Yeah, it's a pretty cool util, right? You should see the size of util in my game Lexispell. It has so many fucking functions to do a bunch of stuff. It's really utile en français. Et allez, je stream en français, j'en ai plus rien à battre. Si vous parlez pas français, et bah tant pis pour vous. Parce que j'en ai rien à foutre. Démerdez-vous. Can you show it? I never know what thing to check before I kill twin. Like null, valid, running. If it's there and if it's alive, it just replace doing this, because I always do that basically. I always do tween is running, and tween kill. The only problem with this technique in here, be aware of something. In this technique, the tween is created on util. Okay, so if the object is dying, the tween is still running. Usually what you do, when you do create tween, it creates the tween on the object. You can see it's showing you in here. It's getting the tree, creating the tween, and then binding the node, which means the tween is automatically cancelled when the object dies. When you do this, because I'm not passing an object, it's not. It doesn't die. In this specific case, it doesn't matter, because in the game, I mostly have objects that are always there. I don't have a lot of things like enemies that would spawn in and out and whatnot. But if you're making a game where a lot of stuff is spawn and despawn, you want to pass an object in here. You want to pass an object like a node, and you want to do node.createTween. That way the tween is bound to the node, and when the node is dead, it actually is killed with it. That would be important. But in this case, it makes it simpler for me. I don't have to pass multiple objects. Verlon only stream when. That would be difficult for people. So as we're doing this, guys, what we can do is very simple. We can call globals.camera, and we can say set light. I don't remember how it's called. Okay, set interactable light intensity. I don't even know what is the value, so we can do... it doesn't see the values that we have. It's frustrating, it doesn't see the values. Max energy. Interactable light, max energy. It's going to be long, but yeah. Wooland, I don't know if I answered you. Oh yeah, the animation and a scream. Okay. The animation and a scream. What time is it? 6 p.m. Okay. Because I need to go get my girlfriend at some point. And I was so focused that I forgot I was existing. I forgot who I was for a moment. It happens sometimes. I'm sorry. I forget that I'm a human being, and I'm just getting absorbed by code. Bleep bloop blap, do bleep bloop blap. Oh, sorry, it's the opposite. It is the opposite. Should we look at that? Should we see if it's good or not? I think we should. I think we should. I think we should. So we go over here. Ah, no. We go on the camera main. Hello. Hello, darkness, my old friend. Hello, darkness, my old friend. I've come to talk with you again. Vision softly creepy. Light energy, we put it to 0, okay? Light energy is 0. It should be a little bit better. I still don't get why the paper goes dark suddenly. Is it going out of the light, or the light turns out on and off automatically? It changes layer, basically. I have a special light. On the... Oh, there's the camera main on here. Give me a sec. I'm checking something. It's who has that problem, by the way? Who has that problem? Basically, it's changing layers. Yeah, exactly. And doesn't become affected by the light when it leaves. Exactly. I have a specific layer. This light is on a specific layer, and it's only lighting up things that are on layer 2. And so whenever that object comes to the screen, I put it on layer 2. Otherwise, it's so dark, we don't see anything. But I don't want the light to affect the entire scene. So it's only lighting that specific thing. And so the problem is that the moment we switch the layer, then it gets really clear. I'm wondering... Yeah, it's because of the title screen. Title screen 3D. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to cheat. I'm going to cheat because I don't have time for that bullshit. So we have our camera main, and I'm just putting the interactable light over there. Goodbye, motherfucker. Need a toggle to skip the signing for testing purpose? And tired of drawing penises. There is a toggle already, Woland. There is a toggle. I pushed that on main. And do you know about that? Also, do you know about that feature or not? Do you know about that add-on that I made? You basically can start the game at different spots. Do you know about that? And so what I do is on start game, it skips everything. And if you want start contract, it's going to start while signing a contract. Why not keep the light on the same layer? Just set the radius super small so it only illuminates in front of the camera. Because the moment, no, but that's also a possible solution. No, because, for example, when you're close to the thing, it's going to illuminate the table. It's going to illuminate the table. But the changes are going to be on main, Will, and as soon as you can, as we will merge, you will have the thing. Don't worry. But I don't want to have that feature, because imagine if you're here, we might be too close. In fact, we are using FOV to change that, but yeah, I prefer that solution. It still goes dark. I know why. I know why. Give me a sec. Are you giving me a sec? Ah, shit, but now I don't know when it's the end. I don't know when it's the end. Actually, I do know. Okay, it's fine. I think I can do it. We twin the callback in here, object, set layer mask value, and we bind true and false at the end. Only at the end. You could alternatively wait a second before turning off the lights. No. I'm already doing it properly, don't worry. Don't start introducing weird timers. Don't start introducing weird timers, Woland. Ah, Ah, that's fucking viewport. It doesn't work when we start. It doesn't work when we start. Because we want things to be immediate. Right? We want things to be immediate. We just needed things to be immediate. We just needed things to be immediate. So the only problem now is that we have that fucking hover stuff that is crazy. We need to tone it down a little bit. But otherwise, it is fine. And we can tone it down in here. We can say, hey, you motherfucker, stop. I'm gonna inverse it on the start, maybe. Yes, exactly. You're right. You are right. Goodbye, hello, goodbye, hello, goodbye, hello, goodbye. It's still... Why is it so white? It should not be as white. I changed the hit color in here. It should not be as white. It didn't take it into account? Anyway, it works. It works. So the technique to use that is to put an interactable and an interactable to camera on whatever you want. And it basically comes to the camera. Now, let's do two things. Interactable to camera. Hello, Tobias. Who are you? Who are you? So we are not setting the value anymore in here. I mean, we can keep that. No, we can't. It's me, I think. Oh my god! What does that mean? What does that mean? Would you be okay with rotating the object? Okay, let's say something. You click on the object to bring it. You left click to bring it and to make it go forward and backward. Okay. What would be the button you click if you want to make it rotate? Good question, right? Let me know. Let me know. What button? Right click? Dragging? Dragging is painful. Dragging is painful, I think. Because I don't have any way to tell you... Oh, I can actually. Mouse for sure. Mouse for sure. Okay, fair enough, fair enough. Left click held. Left click held. Oh, you're not helping me because the interaction right now is on left click, not released. But I see what you mean. Okay, guys, I'll do the dragging. I was hoping you would say, "Oh, right click or middle mouse click." Fuck you. Sorry, it's not against you. Do we have a click? We have a left. No, we don't. Do we have a click? Interact, E. E, physical. When you interact with someone, if you press E, it's physical, you know? It's like, ooh. Sorry. Let's define a click. Let's define a left click. That's kind of useful. Left click. Add new action. Add. Left click. Click. Blah, blah, blah. E, mental. Are you flirting you press E. If you're flirting, you press E. Yes. If you want to be physical, but then you need to first ask for consent. Consent. How do you pronounce it? But anyway, you get the point, right? And for that, you press X. Oh no, X is to doubt. So you press Y. Y for consent, E for physical, X for doubt. Let's do something. Let's do something, shall we? Timothée Chalamet on input. On input, I'm telling you guys. var dragging is equal to true. Or are we dragging immediately or are we pressing? Maybe we're just pressing. Left pressing. Let's see that, okay? We can do left pressing. Event is... No, we can't do that. So let's do if event is action pressed. Left click. Left pressing is equal to true. Elif is action released. Left pressing is equal to false. Okay, so that is interesting. Why is it interesting? If we are not interacting, we return. If we don't have any object, we return. Then we don't need this anymore. Okay. And then we can say two things. We can say if we are left pressing, we'll do something, else we'll do something else. If we are left pressing, we are now going to be able to rotate. So how do we do that? I don't know. I actually don't know. var left click start position. I think I want to start position. var left click mouse last position. Mouse last position. Previous position. Previous position. I think I want those things, okay? If we are left pressing, so by the way, when we start pressing, we can say left click start position and we can say get global mouse position. We can't do that. We can't do that because we are not a node 2D. But we can use the object get global mouse position. No. Get mouse. No. Who can give us the mouse position? If you press E before, X is straight to jail, exactly. And A for accept all. Are you rushing or dragging? Both. Piercing the damage. Hope the click won't go through the object. Don't worry. What can give us the mouse position? It needs to be a node 2D, right? Yeah. Anyone in the chat can give us the mouse position? Tell us where it is. We ask you every frame. We ask you where the mouse position is, okay? Every fucking frame, we're like, where's the mouse position? And you say, I don't know. Yeah. And you say, I don't know, I'm not a cat. Where's the mouse position? I don't know, I'm not a cat. Who can give us the mouse position? My cat is not happy. What? How did you do that? She made noise, but everything was completely, the viewport. Fair enough, other goblins. Exactly, we always have the viewport. For 100 consecutive good answers, you get 1 choco point. The viewport. You're right. You're right. We can ask the viewport. Thank you for that. So get viewport. Global mouse position. Get global. Get viewport. Get. Search help. Viewport. I don't remember. Do we need to get the tree or something to do that? GUI dragged threshold. Stop dragging me. Screen space AA. There's no screen space AAA. Godot is shit. Oh, we need to do a joke about that. SDF override. In French, SDF means sans domicile fixe, without a home. You know, thinking about it, we could also have 2 buttons on 2 sides that turn the objects. No, Woland, that is shit. But how do you rotate it upward? Add more buttons, of course. No, rotation depends on the... You can rotate freely in 2 axes, depending on which direction you go, Maxwell. So if you go across X, you rotate like that. And if you go across Y, you rotate like that. And with 2 rotations, you can achieve 3 rotations, right? Am I right? You don't need the 3 axes to get the full 3D rotation. You only need 2 axes. That's what Breath of the Wild is doing with the rotation of the objects. You only get 2 axes, but with enough combinations of 2 axes, you get the full 3D rotation. Rotation should be its own minigame. It should be its own minigame, and it should reward you with money. I need to do a joke about that right now. Buffer, edit. Is it going to be a good joke? I don't know. Like, can you roll, and is there gimbal lock? Full rotation is a little bit complicated because it depends what you mean. I think it will work. I will show you. I think it will work. You clear a whole block game with a ball, and each block is a direction. Huh? I'm not sure what you mean. I was adding to all his input, but yeah, you combine vectors. Okay. Refund Godot, please. Exactly. I want my money back. Okay, so that is all fine and get mouse position. That's it. I found it, guys. I found the mouse. It was just there. Get mouse position. That is very cool. So we have the left click start position. Then we have the get mouse position. Var mouse position vector 2. We'll put it over there, and we want to remember it, so we can say mouse previous position is equal to mouse pose. And so then in here we need to do something. Var mouse movement. It's a vector 2, and it's the current mouse position minus the mouse previous position. Okay, so now we have a direction. Now we know in which direction we are going. We want to normalize that shit, I guess. We want to normalize that shit because we don't care about... Do we only care about the distance? I don't know. Do we only care about the distance, or we only about the direction, or we also care about how fast you are moving each frame? I don't really know. You should erase the distance near 0. Maybe. Is it like sliding a globe? Sliding a globe. Like that? Like there's a globe and you do this? Yes. But the globe is on an axis. The globe is on a fixed axis, so you can only slide it in one direction. My globe is in a theoretical center point, and so we can slide it like that, but we can also slide it like this. And so depending on what you do, you can just rotate it wherever you want by combining. My cat is like going under the carpet and everything to try to find food, but there is no food, and she's just like scavenging. How would you call that? She's like really digging and everything. It's crazy. As if I was not feeding her. That's fucking annoying. Okay, so now that we have this mouse movement, we want to apply the mouse movement. We have the interactable, and we want to rotate in the y-axis, right? We need the rot speed. Export var rot speed. I need to fucking rot. Rot. What should be the rotation speed? 10? I don't know. Cats with no food after 5 seconds. Exactly. Roll is confusing to player anyway in most cases. Maybe. So you have pitch and yo, but no roll. I have pitch. And yo is what? Yo is this. And roll is that, right? Let's do a barrel roll. Woohoo! Sorry. Yeah, you're right. I have pitch and yaw. Yeah. That's one way to tell us you're starving your cat. I can tell you she went to the cat doctor recently. I can tell you she's not starving. Okay? She's a little bit too fat. Not that much, but a little bit. She's like 7 kilos or something. It's a fucking cat. She should not be that heavy. Maybe I'm saying something wrong. Maybe it's less than 7. So in this we do that, and in Y, what are we doing? In Y, do we put a clamping? Do we put a threshold? Do we put a threshold so you only move? Because if you're not going straight on a straight line, we are going to introduce more rotation, so that might be weird. So maybe only if you have more than a certain amount in one direction, then we go and then we move, right? And we want in the X direction for this one. Let's see. Let's see if it works. I hope it works. Ski ba boo body ba ba boo body ba. Cat doctor is not a real thing. You mean vet? I know, but it's funnier to say cat doctor. So we click. Oh my god. Oh my god. We click. Are you ready? Are you ready? La la li da di da da lu da di da da do. Da di da di da di da do da di di da da. We can do 10 times what I'm doing, okay? Shit, doesn't work. La da di da di da da do da di di. The fact that he's talking every time at the beginning, it fucking kills me. Shut up! Shut up, dude. Oh! It's beautiful. Should it go back immediately? Should it go back immediately, or should it go back less immediately? Okay, let me think. What is the rot speed realistically? It's a multiplication. I don't know how big it should be. You could have roll if you have a minimum radius where at beginning the rotation is roll instead of the others. Like I click the corner, so I want to spin it. Yeah, but I don't think it's needed, right? How do you think we should reset the rotation? Rot speed depends on the environment. For example, if you bury the body, it takes a week. Oh, yeah. Oh, it's confusing. Oh, it's confusing. It's inverted. When it's rotated the other direction, it's inverted, right? We go up, it goes backward. But when we are in the opposite direction, it does the opposite. You see what I mean? You see the problem? It should not be local. Wow, it's so confusing. Right click to eat the paper. Like, I click the corners and or so I've heard. Or so I've heard. Yeah. Right click or R. Okay. Never let pitch exceed plus or minus pi divided by 4. Okay. Oh. Okay, so we still have the problem that if you click on it, of course it does the thing. And when you are dragging, it should not hover, basically. Through cat behavior. So it doesn't go back. It doesn't go back, right? I think it's cool, though. I think it's cool. Yeah, the problem is that you can click on it. Also, I think... I feel like combining the two kind of feels weird. Combining the two rotations kind of feel weird. So maybe we should only care about... Maybe we should... a simple fix can be we should only care about... the maximum component. Inspect versus interact model logic would be good. Separate. Inspect versus interact would be separate. How would you separate both? Maybe it should reset on its own. Adding more inputs makes it a bit bloated. True. Maybe it's fine that you can just... You hold to inspect, and then when you let go, it goes back. I think it's fine. Unless we want to hide stuff behind. Unless we want to hide some information behind. Because if you hide stuff behind, then you can't rotate it and look at the information. Because it might be hard to parse. And usually in the game, we have that with the quiz, for example. Or even with the... I can show you the quiz, maybe it's simpler. Basically, we are also showing the actual answer at the bottom. Not in this one. White. Start contract then. we are also showing the actual value. Let me show you. You see, when we are hovering on some stuff, we are actually showing you the clear value at the bottom. Otherwise, it's too hard to read. And I think it's important to do that. So the problem is, if we are rotating at the same time, then we can't do that. It could snap to a few orientation on release. The problem with snapping to a few orientation is that we would have to define which orientations we want. And it really depends on what object we are showing, and we can show any object, basically. It will not necessarily be a paper. If you do Resident Evil style inspect with interaction on interaction, then you need that reset input. Yeah. Yeah. It doesn't really cost me anything to add it, and we can always decide to not use it if it doesn't work well enough. I feel like it's a nice to have, the ability. And maybe what I can do is whenever you start dragging, I can draw on screen a line 2D that is showing you what you've done. You see what I mean? Maybe it's not needed, I don't know. Okay, we need to fix that though. So this interaction system kind of works. All of that works. We have drag to rotate. It kind of works. Right click to reset rotation, and we need to prevent hover when dragging, and we need to prevent interactable click, or make interactable click on release instead. Okay, let's try to not rotate. Let's try to not reset it, and for that we'll have a variable. Let's have a variable that is var has rotated bool. It's false. The moment you start doing your stuff, has rotated is true. If you press, if event is action pressed, right click, you can do has rotated is equal to false. And so in here, we'll do two things. Elif not has rotated. In here, I still want to lerp. But only the position. So I'll do global position. I lerp the global position, and from here I'll get the global transform, but I'll just grab the origin. That way I still move the position to the right position, even though it's kind of weird, but I think it's fine. And then we do that. Okay, let's do right click. That should be relatively easy. Add new action. Right click. Add a new action. Right click. Clip, clap. Has rotated is equal to false. Has rotated is equal to true. Let's see. Prevention arc. I will prevent you. Prevent! Brababi, brababu, bribaba. Oh, e, oh, ah, oh, ah, oh, 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 oh. Of course. Of course. Of course. This input can input. If not, can input return. I would like you to return. Var can input false. True. True? False. False. Gligglaglu. Gligglaglu. Can input. New feature, interaction edging. Okay, go sleep. Good sleep, gonads. What? It counted. It counted my input. If not, can input. Can input is equal to true at the end. I'm confused what happened here. It never stops. Can input. It's only true when it's showing, right? So you click on the interactable. At the end, you don't want to input. You actually don't want to input like right away. Okay, the problem is that in here we don't tween anymore, so we don't know how long we should wait to be able to can input. Maybe it's fine if we do it right away. Let's see. Otherwise I will just delay it a little bit. Because I don't tween anymore, so we don't know. You see the problem? I just need to set global rotation, right? I just need to set global rotation, and if I'm here and I do that, let's go, it resets. I think we need to show it on screen though. Yeah, we're doing that. It's so buggy. What is that? Are you going? How is Lexispell release going? It's going great. It's going great. It's actually doing a little bit better. I got an article from Rock Paper Shotgun today. So it works a little bit better. Not that crazy, but I can see a small influx of people. Give me a second, okay? Give me a second, I need to feed my cat. I think I just need to set global rotation and it will fix my problem. I will just set... And in here... you know what I'll do? I'll tween with a tween interval like 0.3, and I'll do tween property self can input. Casse-toi, chat. Feed the cats. Do you think Lexispell is a puzzle game that could be shown on Thinky Games? I think you should send them a copy. What is Thinky Games? I sent the game for their... They were doing an event, I think. Thinky Games or something. I think I was not accepted. Is that a YouTube channel? I don't even know who they are, to be honest. Okay, should we do get global rotation degrees? Do you think it's fixing my problem? Do you think it's fixing? Yeah, I see. They have a page and they publish articles related to puzzle games. Okay, I can try. I can send them. Yeah, you're right. It starts. It counts. Why? Why does it count? Interacting is false. Can input is set to true immediately, but after 0.3 seconds, right? So when it's here, if not can input, return. Initially can input is false. So why is it doing that? If left pressing is true by default. Thinky Games. I'll send them my stuff. I'll send them a nude. And we'll see if they like it or not. Okay. Shut up. Then we do that. Oh, yeah. And now, the moment of truth. I go up, it should go backward. It doesn't. It's reversed. So global rotation doesn't matter. Okay. And what if, by the way, what if we don't normalize the position stuff? What if we don't normalize it? What happens when we don't normalize? Do we feel a difference? Oh, okay. Yes. It depends on speed now. Right? What the fuck? Maybe we should not normalize. What do you think about normalizing? Maybe I don't normalize and I just reduce the speed of that shit. I have Plantus and Gambits escape to them too. Let's see if they will cover. Let's go. Give me a sec. I need to open to my cat again. The small interactions like that are the hardest to pull, like to make really good. Ooh. Ah, it counts. It counts. I don't know how to do that. It needs to be unhandled input. Unhandled input. I think that's the trick. It needs to be unhandled. I hope. We do that. We do this. We click in here. Yes. Okay, making it... What? Huh? Making it not normalized is super weird. But I don't know why. let's keep it normalized. It's fine, and it was at 150. So now we have a problem. Now we have a problem. How do we fix that? Now we have a problem. How do we fix that? When this is rotated like that, this becomes negative. How do we handle that? Do we simply code a check? Do we simply code a check? Or is there a better way to do that? There is probably a better way to do that. Ooh, I know what I can do. I know what I can do. Godot has functions for that. Yesterday, I think there was Summer Game Fest for South America games. Lots of cool games. I saw a lot of great independent games there. And man, the people who frequent those channels are really cancerous, calling all games sloppy. Yeah. Don't look at the chat. Whenever there is an event like that, don't look at the chat. They're fucking stupid. So many frustrated people in the world. Yeah. Obviously, I don't know if you saw the past the announcement for the next God of War. You're playing Faye. You're playing a woman. Of course, you know what the fucking smelly gamers are going to say. They're so fucking stupid, by the way. They're incredibly stupid. Like, I don't know much about God of War, but I've seen people that are genuinely fans of the game, and for them it's awesome because it's basically a way to learn more about an important piece of the story. And honestly, it looks pretty cool. It looks really fluid and really nice, the combat and everything. But they are so fucking stupid. Like, those smelly gamers really should go fuck themselves. Maybe a bit more. Asmongold, right? Asmongold, of course, was commenting on that. In French, Asmongold is really close to As Mongol, which would translate to this dumb fuck. I don't know how to translate Mongol. I think Mongol in French is actually racist because I don't know if it's related to the Mongolians, but it might be. So, but it sounds like that, right? It sounds like that insult, and it's really characteristic to the guy. In Brazil, we use Mongoloid. Oops, let's go. Probably is. Yeah, I guess it's related, right? Look, I got on it. Yeah. I guess it's related. So let's not use that, but let's use it as a way to say that he is fucking stupid. And everyone with that reaction is fucking stupid. And I saw the opposite, though. I saw plenty of people being genuinely incredibly excited about this new God of War, and I think this is beautiful. And especially some women were incredibly excited to be playing a woman, and I think it matters, right? It's super cool. It's super cool. Anyway, if you don't understand that, really, again, you can go fuck yourself somewhere else. I got your point. It's the same meaning here. Okay, I have a solution to translate correctly. Are you ready? Are you ready to rumble? Let me show you my technique. We are going to do object, translate, object, local. I think this is the one that we want. No, not translate. Rotate. I'm fucking stupid. Rotate object local, right? Rotates this node spaces around the axis by a given angle. This operation is carried in a local space or I think it works. I think it's what we want. So we want to go vector 2, vector 3 up. Vector 3 up is what? Is 1, right? Vector 3 up 1 on Y. That's fine. And we want to rotate by that amount. Ooh, I hope it works. And then we want to do the same thing on right. And we want to do it by that amount, which is Y. I think it works. My issue with the new God of War, I was expecting Santa Monica to be working on something new, so I was a little disappointed that it has nothing to do with the very stupid comments I saw. But if you love both God of War, it would be such great. Oh, you thought they were doing a new IP or something? Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. Let's see. The moment of truth. Okay, I know why. I know why. Rotate object angle. Let's divide by my rod speed by like 360 for now to do a check, because my rod speed is defined in radians. By 360? No. Let's do degrees to rad in here. It's fine. Let's do that. Let's do degrees to rad. I need to leave soon. No, it's fine. I need to be at 45. Okay, let me try to not be late. I need to be at 45 in where I need to pick up my girlfriend. So it means I need to go from here. I need to leave exactly precisely at like 35. What did I do? Okay. I need to precisely leave at 35. Which means I need to do what? I need to feed some of the cats, maybe? I need to brush my teeth. I need to put on some clothes. So I need to be preparing at like 20. Okay, so I have a bit more time. Okay. So far, so good. Yay, come back. Oh my god. So, if it's front, it works fine. If it's back, it doesn't work anymore. So it's not rotate object local that we want? I don't understand. Rotate X. Rotate in a given angle. This operation calculated in the parent space. Should it be in parent space? Rotate X. I'm completely stuck. Sometimes that stuff in 3D is difficult to understand. Okay, that works fine. I go there. I go there. Oh yeah! Look at that. But now this doesn't work anymore because it's upside down. We are in the upside down, so I guess I just do a rotate Y. I need to rotate in global space because I don't want to care. Yeah, I don't want to care. The rotation is a little bit slow. I rotate it upside down and then I go left. Okay. Yeah, the rotation is a little bit slow. It's frustrating. Let's move that to like 180. That's cool. There is a problem though. When we click again... Bop, 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 bop. Oh, it counts as a click. It counts as a click again. Oh no. Oh no. Just saw the screen space tweet. Hilarious. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate it. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Right? Clicking on it is actually triggering the thing. This is pretty cool though. Okay, I just think... Let's try something now. Let's try... let's try to do... mouse movement. I want to not normalize it, but I want to take the greatest. How do I do that? You see what I mean? Is there a better way to do it? I don't know, but we can do if mouse X is superior to mouse Y. In absolute, by the way. In absolute, mouse... If you know a better way to do this, to take the greatest of the component, let me know. Mouse movement X. We can just say mouse movement Y is equal to 0. It feels weird what I'm doing right now. It feels weird what I'm doing right now. I'm telling you. I'm sure there's a better way to do that. I'm sure there's a better way. Is there a function something that returns the biggest among variable? Yes, but I want basically the biggest component. I can do a max, but that's not going to help me because I need to know where I put it. Basically, I want to say if the X component is the biggest, then we only keep the X. You see what I mean? What? It's rotating on its own now. I know why. I know why. So diagonal doesn't work anymore. Diagonal doesn't work. It's either you go like that, or it's bigger and you go like that. I think it's better. I think it's better. And if you right click, it gets removed. Okay. So that's the problem. It comes back, it's clicked already. So we need to fix this. We also need to fix this. Also, when we have rotated, it doesn't work anymore. So maybe when we are in that specific mode, we prevent you from switching. It looks very cool to be able to move the object with you like that, but realistically it's creating problems. Or we need to react to the camera being switching. So if you do this, like you are in the rotated mode, and then you click so that the camera switches, then maybe it should automatically do that. Or maybe not, in the sense that you can go back, you can go and check something, and then come back and the thing is there where you left it. I feel like it's weird because you can forget it, then go do something else, and then you come back and you're like, oh shit, there's this thing, why? You see? It's kind of weird. I think it works well though. Maybe you know what it should do? It should even like lock you into one kind of rotation after a certain threshold. Like you start dragging the mouse, this defines the rotation in which you want to go, and then it stays locked in that rotation for the entire rotation. Because otherwise you start rotating towards the left, and then you go up a little bit and it feels weird. You know what I mean? Depending on the small adjustments that you do, you might introduce some rotation, unwanted rotation, basically. We need two rot speeds. We need rot speed H and we need rot speed V. What is the ratio between a 16:9 aspect ratio? To do, can use aspect ratio to change that if we really want to. Otherwise, it's 16:9. So 16 divided by 9 is 1.77. So it's divided by 1.77. And then you do Control-Shift-E. And that gives you that. So 101. And we are going to use that in here. Rot speed V. Rotating in X and Y. So why do we have two rotation speed? Because the screen is bigger that way. And so you want to rotate, I think, faster vertically. Is that correct? Maybe it's not. Maybe you don't want. Let me check. It's the opposite, right? I don't want to. I want to rotate faster because it's smaller. So I want 180 multiplied by, is it 177? I forgot. The aspect ratio. Calc. 16:9. 177, yes. So we grab that. We Control-Shift-E. If you don't know that in Godot, you can evaluate a selection by selecting the selection and doing Control-Shift-E. And it will evaluate in place. I think, for example, it can do string operations. There are a bunch of things it can do in place. That works pretty cool. So if you need to do calculations, for example, you can do them directly in engine. Okay, that doesn't work well. What? Huh? Wow, I didn't think about that. It's much more complex, the rotation. Oh my god, I didn't think about that. Wow, we want to do a global rotation, but on a certain transform. Wow. You get the thing? If I go left right now, I'm not going left. Because the transform is not like the usual transform that is upright. The transform is like this. So I'm applying a rotation like that. So instead of rotating like this, it's rotating like that. It's applying a global rotation in here. So what we need to do is we need to say, this is our transform, and we want to rotate around that transform. Thankfully, Godot has that, I think. Like how this was kind of working, now it's getting more and more complicating. Yeah, it's always like that. Because I was in a very simple situation, basically, that was making it easy for me. I mean, we could force the player to go to a certain camera position whenever we want to visualize something. We could do that. That would be an easy way to say, you know what? We don't want to handle a bunch of angles and stuff, or a bunch of transforms, and whenever we are clicking on something, it goes back to a default camera view where we know it works. It's something we can do. Or we can fix it. And the way we want to fix it, there is a rotate. There is a rotate around something. There is a rotate around something, right? And we pass the axis over there. And so the axis that we want to use is the transform basis. Is that correct? I think it's just the object transform basis. In this case, it would be Y, because we want to rotate Y. And then we want to do it in X, and we want to rotate Y. I'm not entirely sure, but I'm trying. I'm wondering if I'm not going to turn into have the same problem as we had previously. Okay, when it's... I think it works. Go backward, and when we are rotated like that, we go backward. No, it doesn't work. We are back to the same problem. So it works. I fixed one problem, but then I introduced another problem. Right? So when we are here, this works totally fine. But the moment one of the axes is reversed, then this is reversed. And this is because the axis that I'm using, the basis that I'm using, is rotated with the object. So I want to rotate... And would it be the global transform? No. It doesn't change, no? Do we even need vertical rotation? I don't know. I don't think the global transform changes anything. I'm just testing. But I think what I need to do is that I need to have the transform. Oh, I don't know what kind of transform it is. Maybe it doesn't exist and I need to create it. So that works fine, but then you put it upside down and it doesn't work anymore. Because the transform is following the object rotation. How is Godot doing it? Because if you think about it, that's the exact same problem we have with something like that, for example. Godot has like this world-aligned object, and if you put it like that, this is local, but if you do that, where is Z pointing, right? You see how Godot always has that world-aligned way of seeing things, but then it doesn't hold the transform anymore. Interesting. Interesting. It doesn't hold the value anymore. So we need something that doesn't exist, I think. We need a transform that tells us how we are angled into the world, but at the same time, it shouldn't care. It's like it shouldn't care about negative rotation in a way. But then if it shouldn't care about rotating, about negative rotation, when you are in the opposite direction, it doesn't work anymore. So I think usually what people would do is they would project something based on the camera. That's what you do in 3D. That's why 3D is difficult. Because in 2D, the world is there, so you can always just go back to the world stuff. In 3D, your object can be in weird positions that are flipping the plane. And so you want to construct another plane, and usually you do that by using the camera point of view, because what you care about as a user is, I want to rotate that stuff from my perspective. I'm looking at this shit. If I go left, it should go left, but left, it means left from my perspective. It doesn't mean left from whatever the object orientation is in, you see? So it's left translated to that object with its rotation and stuff. That's why it's so much harder. And I actually, if we are in the opposite direction... Hey, Mathrim. If we are in the opposite direction, it still works. Why does it still work? Why is it still working? Because we are looking at the opposite direction, so it should not work anymore. No? Maybe I'm confused. It doesn't want to come back. Hey, where are you? My right click doesn't work anymore? The fuck? Ah, it came back. But on the table. I am not sure. Hello? Hello, Tricky. Hello, Mathrim. It's going great. I'm a little bit confused about 3D rotation. I'm a little bit confused about 3D rotation right now, so I'm struggling a little bit. But even that is not correct. Right? This is not correct. It's not local to its orientation. It should be... What the fuck? My brain is completely melted. I don't know. I don't know. Basically, I don't know. What? Where did it go? Basically, I don't know. It's probably some math problem. Yeah, I think I need to project from the camera. I think I need to project from the camera. Easier when you think in terms of multiplying bases. Maybe, but then you need to get used to that, and it's harder. Because again, 2D geometry is very easy. 3D geometry is not as obvious, I would say. 3D geometry is not as obvious. Unless you are familiar with it, but as a normal person, I feel like it's way harder to think about things in 3D space. Right? In 2D, it's just angle. It's just, you have a fucking angle and that's it. And you move it where you want. Anyway, there is probably a way to fix that. It's totally fine. We can work on it later. I've been there. 3D rotation and local global stuff is rough sometimes. Yeah. I think what we really want is to project from the camera. I think of in terms, I need this from this perspective and just multiply it by the matrix representing that perspective. Okay, Tobias. So that's what I'm saying, right? It's from that camera. I think you need to get your girlfriend soon. You're right. I'm leaving in 5 minutes. Okay. It's not too bad, though. It's not too bad. We have the left click and everything. This is for the demo stuff. We could be in demo, by the way. I'm pushing that, which is interactable camera. Interactable to camera. It's a whip, but it's fine. I'm pushing the config also, just in case. Because that way you will have it. So drag to rotate is kind of working, but it's not. Prevent hover when dragging, we need to do that. Okay. This needs fixing on the... fix the Transform. Okay. Okay. Free cam for debug, I can't do that. End screen UI, Madness Manager, and sequence. Okay. It's getting there. Should I merge your changes, Woland, just before going? Wishlisted. Thank you, Mathrim. Appreciate it. What are you doing, by the way? Sorry, I didn't even ask you. Making a roguelite shooter in Godot. Can you show us? Do you have anything to show? Yes, please. Okay. Okay, give me a sec then. What did you change? What is your thing? 1 minute ago, that's me. Fire particle texture added. Ah, cool. 1 hour ago, right? Okay, new works. We have... Oops. Pull. Okay, I'm gonna merge your stuff then. I'm merging your stuff. Branch. Rename branch. Absolutely not. Merge. Woland works 1 hour ago. Oh my god, there is no problem. Isn't that amazing? It's called Spinbot. Okay, I'm taking a look in just a sec, okay? I'm taking a look in just a second. Sorry. Ooh, the nice fire particles. Let's go. Everything is still here. That is here. Let me give myself a cap so we can actually see it in action. I kill this poor little bastard and I get... Oh, nice. I get the skull now. We need to update the description and everything, but we get a skull. The skull is here. The thing is on fire. We bet. Shut up. Let me bet. We lost. And then... Let's go. I feel like it should always be on fire. Yep, add cap. That's pretty cool. Corporate over personal life, that's for sure. Awesome. Awesome. So, what... I didn't change anything. I hate how Godot moves stuff. I put on demo, right? Is demo true? I just put it like that. I sync change, and main is now up to date. Awesome, thank you. So, do we need to do a specific animation for the skull, or what? Do we need to do? Perfect, thank you. Check the scene. What is the scene? What is the scene? Did you not put it into the upgrade green cap? Skull upgrade. Oh, you created another skull upgrade? But it's the same thing, no? So we need to trigger that? Let's go. Scream. Nice. I'll add SFX. Okay. Why did you create another upgrade though? Okay, doesn't matter. Okay, cool. Perfect. I need to go now, but first I'm checking Spinbot and then I'm going. I don't know, just in case. Okay, fair enough. Spinbot, a roguelite drenched in I don't know how to say that. Competitive shooter vibes. In Spinbot, you trade your soul for cheats, wipe out waves of bots, and upgrade your word processor.exe with some amazing feature. Do you have a trailer? We do have a trailer. Should we listen to it with music? Shh, we should probably. Let's go. I was not expecting that. I was not expecting that. 2000s, okay. I like the UI. I like the stupid UI. Really cool. La cucaracha. Oh my god. Okay, so spin bot because you're spinning and yeah, okay. You're acting as a cheater. Okay, interesting concept. That's kind of fun. You're acting as a cheater. Okay. Here's another GIF because I already made it. Ha, you're really playing on that stupid stuff, right? You're passion for fonts. And that's your first game? It's kind of a Counter-Strike shooter parody. Yeah, I see. So it's like it's a Vampire Survivors like, or are you bringing? It's a Survivors, right? First time on Steam, yes. Okay, cool. Congrats. This looks really stupid, in a good way, you know. Ah, you have Blue Sky. Let me follow you. What are people saying? Should I leak the chat? Should I leak the chat or not? I have one request. Thanks for checking it. More Bullet Heaven and Bullet Hell. Mega Bonk, kind of. Yeah, okay. So Vampire Survivors, like. Okay, cool. Congrats. I want to see the demo. That looks fun. I'm not that much into Survivors, like, but I enjoyed Mega Bonk, so I could enjoy it basically. Okay, guys, thanks for being here. Check out Lexispell, of course. It's right now on Steam. You can get it. It's amazing. People are saying that it's good. Rock Paper Shotgun said that it was cool, so it means that it's cool. It definitely means that it's cool. You know what? Ginger is still up. No, he's not. And he's just showing his AI bullshit stuff, so I'm not showing anything. But we do see that Peacebreaker is here. You know what? Firebelly is live. Let's raid Firebelly. He just started streaming, so that's perfect. Thank you guys for being here. I'll be live again on Monday, I think. On Monday, I'll work more on that this weekend. It's getting close, so if we have something viable this weekend, maybe we do a little playtest on itch, like a hidden playtest on itch, right? What do you think of that, Woland? Maybe we try, or at least we try to play it ourselves. We'll see. But if we have like the game loop, I'll try to work on the game loop tomorrow. Make sure that it works. Like we don't have like the things, but the general... I'll fix the few things and make sure that it actually works everywhere with like the end screen and everything. And maybe we try to have a few people testing to see if it's too hard, too difficult, and whatnot. We'll try to do that. Let's go for the raid. Thank you so much, guys, for being here. Let's go and see you on Monday. Bye! I play